Captain William Kenneth Mathewson. Private Arthur James Clement Matthias. Captain Douglas Graham Matheson. Driver William Matheson. Private David McCullum Matheson. Private Rodney K. Matlock. Major Cecil Valentine Matson. Private Frederick James Matson. Sergeant Raymond Melville Matson. Trooper Albert William James Matthews. Driver Alfred Matthews. Private Edwin Matthews. Corporal Edwin James Matthews. Sapper Emrys J. Matthews. Major George Reginald Matthews. Private Henry Walter Anthony Matthews. Gunner Isaac Matthews. Able Seaman John Sidney Matthews. Lance Sergeant Joseph Matthews. Lance Corporal Kenneth John Matthews. Private Leighton A. Matthews. Private Martin William Matthews. Corporal Norman Leslie Matthews. Colour Sergeant Philip Henry Matthews. Private Robert Elliot Matthews. Private William Matthews. Guardsman Matthews. Gunner Charles Clarence Frederick Matty. Corporal Ernest William Mattox. Private Albert Maxwell Matty. Rifleman Frank E. Matthias. Private Frederick Maud. Marine Norman Smith Maud. Sergeant Thomas Charles Maud. Trooper Frederick Morn. Private John Wilfred Morn. Private Thomas Morn. Corporal Stanley Maul. Private Stanley Moult. Sergeant Geoffrey Albert Maund. Flight Lieutenant Stanley Frederick Maunder. Lieutenant Charles Richard Maundrell. Private Edward Stanley Maunton. Private Wilfred John Hanley Maunton. Lieutenant Colonel Frederick Jack Morris. Lance Corporal Mark T. Maviti. Corporal James Stanley Mavin. Private John William Mavin. Lieutenant Robert Locke Bremner Mavor. Private Charles William Moore. Private Lewis Moore. Corporal Cyril Maudit. Captain John Hornsby Max. Private Wilfred Maxey. Leading Aircraftman James Maxfield. Private George Stanley Maxwell. Corporal James Maxwell. Private James Hasty Maxwell. Captain Robert Douglas Maxwell. Sergeant Robert Gallagher Maxwell. Trooper Stephen Eugene Maxwell. Private Stuart Maxwell. Trooper Albert John Cyril May. Corporal Alexander May. Bombardier Christopher S. May. Lieutenant Geoffrey Trelawney May. Private George Charles Henry May. Lance Corporal George James May. Private George William May. Corporal Hector B. May. Gunner James May. Lieutenant James Rowland May. Private John May. Lance Corporal John May. Corporal John May. Lance Corporal Philip Henry May, Private Robert Dundas May, Private William May, Rifleman William Gilbert May, Private William James May, Private Charles J. Mayall, Major Derek John Mayall, Corporal John Arthur Maybury, Private Sidney Charles Maycock, Private Albert Edward Mayer, Corporal Bertram Mayer, Captain Ernest Ronald Crofton Mayer, Private George Henry Epson Mayers, Lieutenant Ernest Frederick Mays, Lance Corporal William Mayfield, Lance Bombardier Donovan Clandolent Mayhew, Corporal William Charles Mayhew, Private Arthur Alfred Maynard, Rifleman Cyril Maynard, Corporal Victor Ernest Maynard, Rifleman Cyril A. Mayo, Rifleman James G. Mayo, Pilot Officer Wilfred Hayden Mayo, Private Joseph Metzik, Corporal William John Matsey, Trooper Hugh McAdam, Lance Corporal John McAdam, Trooper John Edward McAleenan, Captain William Edward McAleese, Sergeant Michael J. McAlinden, Sapper Robert Watson McAllister, Rifleman George McAllister, Private Henry James McAllister, Lieutenant Howard Cecil McAllister, Lieutenant John McAllister, Rifleman Ronald McAllister, Private Ronald McAllister, Private William Glenn McAllister, Private William Richard McAllister, Gunner Laurie G. Watkin McAlpine, Sergeant Robert McAlpine, Chief Officer Robert McAlpine, Trooper Colin James McAndrew, Corporal Richard McAndrew, Captain William Watson Sinclair McAngus, Corporal David McArdle, Lance Corporal John Henry McAreevy, Private Kenneth Clayton MacArthur, Private MacArthur, Private Donald McCaskill, Corporal George Mitchell Macaulay, Flying Officer Martin Macaulay, Corporal George Thomas Macaulay, Sergeant James Macaulay, Sergeant James McCausland, Sergeant George Ellery McAvaney, Private Dominic McBride, Rifleman Gordon Joseph McBride, Lance Sergeant James Adair McBride, Private Samuel McBride, Private Thomas Morland McBride, Lance Corporal Warren Alfred McBride, Private William McBride, Private Ralph E. McBrien, Captain James Robert McBride, Rifleman William Ashwood McBurney, Private Henry Mitchell McCabe, Rifleman James Sylvester McCabe, Private Peter McCabe, Lance Corporal Reginald Percy Herbert McCabe, Sapper Thomas McCabe, Driver Thomas McCabe, Private William McCabe, Private Henry Cully McCafferty, Trooper Arthur McCaffrey, Lieutenant Charles Bowman McKay, Marine Gerald McCain, Lance Bombardier Charles Dick McCall. Guardsman Peter McCallan. Private Andrew Darling Dunlean McCallum. Major Douglas Harvey McCallum. Trooper Ewan MacDonald McCallum. Gunner Hugh McCallum. Trooper John McCallum. Flight Sergeant John Francis McCallum. Private Robert McCallum. Private Robert McCallum. Sergeant Robert Leslie McCallum. Rifleman Russell George McCallum. Private William McCallum. Corporal Albert Edward McCann. Private Charles McCann. Corporal George Patrick McCann. Rifleman John McCann. Sergeant John Joseph McCann. Private Joseph Louis Kenneth McCann. Marine Roger McCann. Private Terence Kevin McCann. Private William Daniel McCann. Private William Denmark McCann. Warrant Officer Munro Murdoch McCannell. Lance Corporal Walter James McCarran. Private Dennis Gerard McCarthy. Private George McCarthy. Private John McCarthy. Private John McCarthy. Private Joseph McCarthy. Gunner Lawrence McCarthy. Private Patrick McCarthy. Private Patrick McCarthy. Corporal Terence McCarthy. Sapper Thomas Edwin McCarthy. Sergeant William A. McCarthy. Lance Corporal Patrick George McCarthy Phillips. Private Daniel Joseph McCartney. Private John James McCartney. Pilot Officer McCartney. Lieutenant Rupert Edward Clarkson McCall. Private George Kenneth McCaw. Lance Corporal William McCaw. Corporal George McCainer. Trooper Hugh McChesney. Lance Bombardier James Carr McClafferty. Private Lionel John McLaren. Lance Corporal Alexander William McLean. Private Norman McClellan. Rifleman Beverly William McClelland. Private Thomas McClelland. Trooper Thomas William McClelland. Corporal James Henry Long McClernon. Private David Ian McClinton. Lance Corporal John McClory. Private John Philip McCloskey. Gunner Ralph Marshall King MacLeod. Lance Corporal Patrick McCloy. Private Alexander Hamilton Campbell McClaw. Lance Corporal John McClaw. Private James McCluskey. Engine Room Artificer 3rd Class John McColgan. Signalman Angus MacDonald McCall. Private Meredith Lyman McCall. Corporal Ronald McCall. Private Robert Herbert McComb. Fusilier William James McComb. Rifleman Lloyd H. McCombs. Sergeant Edward Carl McConaughey. Private James Burns McConaughey. Sergeant Arthur James McConnell. Private Clifford Laverne McConnell. Driver John McConnell. Lance Corporal Michael McConnell. Pilot Officer Carl Joseph McConvey. Driver Joseph Boyce McConway. Rifleman John McCoo, Lieutenant Francis Dudley Pakenham McCorkle, Lance Sergeant Alex McCormack, Private Charles McCormack, Sergeant Hugh Michael McCormack, Private John Drury McCormack, Private William Frederick McCormack, Private McCormack, Private Bernard McCormick, Private Harvey McCormick, Corporal Hugh Angus McCormick, Private James R. McCormick, Guardsman John Albert McCormick, Lieutenant Robert James McCormick, Private Edward George McCorry, Lance Corporal Robert John McCourt, Private James McCourt, Private Peter James McCourt, Sapper William McCowett, Sergeant Frank McCoy, Stoker First Class John Michael McCoy, Rifleman George Anthony McCracken, Lance Corporal James McCracken, Captain Donald Elliot McRae, Pilot Officer Leslie Asa McRae, Staff Sergeant Havelock McCready, Lieutenant Ian James McCrimmon, Lieutenant Patrick Rerick Howard McCreerick, Captain Douglas Haig McCrone, Private William Patrick McCrudden, Gunner Douglas Haig McCrudden, Private Frank McCullough, Private Alfred McCullen, Corporal James Ashwood McCulloch, Lance Sergeant John Henry McCulloch, Private John Warnock McCulloch, Private Thomas McCulloch, Sapper Clarence John McCullough, Private Walter McCullough, Fusilier Robert William McCulley, Flying Officer Roger Eugene George McCurdy, Private Alexander McCurry, Private James John McCusker, Private Joseph McCusker, Sapper William Ballantyne McCutcheon, Flying Officer William Robert McCutcheon, Corporal George McDade, Private Lloyd George McDavid, Lance Corporal Wesley McDavid, Sapper Samuel Marshall McDermid, Private David McDermott, Rifleman Frederick Alfred McDermott, Gunner Frederick George McDermott, Lieutenant George Alfred McDermott, Private George Leslie McDermott, Fusilier Dan McDermid, Guardsman Alexander MacDonald, Private Alfred Charles MacDonald, Gunner Archibald Joseph MacDonald, Trooper Bernard Michael MacDonald, Lance Corporal Charles Murray MacDonald, Private Donald MacDonald, Private Douglas Botterill MacDonald, Private Douglas Clare MacDonald, Private Ernest Frank MacDonald, Rifleman Francis George MacDonald, Corporal Francis Ranald MacDonald, Trooper George A. MacDonald, Private George W. MacDonald, Private Gordon J. MacDonald, Trooper Harold Ivor MacDonald, Private Henry MacDonald, Private Henry Charles MacDonald, Private James MacDonald, Gunner James MacDonald, Private James Craig MacDonald, Corporal James N. MacDonald, Private James Smith MacDonald, Private John MacDonald, Trooper John A. MacDonald, Private John Edward MacDonald, Gunner John Keir MacDonald, Corporal Kenneth Albert George MacDonald, Stoker First Class Owen Frederick MacDonald, Private Raymond MacDonald, Private Richard MacDonald, Lance Corporal Tom Joseph MacDonald, Corporal Walter Earl MacDonald, Rifleman William Harold MacDonald, Private William James MacDonald, Lance Bombardier John MacDonnell, Captain George Nisbet MacDougall, Sergeant Donald Joseph MacDougall, Bombardier Hector George MacDougall, Corporal James MacDougall, Bombardier James Arthur MacDougall, Private James John MacDougall, Gunner John MacDougall, Sergeant Neil MacDougall, Lieutenant Walter Joseph MacDougall, Lance Sergeant John Herbert McDowell, Lieutenant Peter Alistair McDowell, Private William McDowell, Sapper Charles McDowell, Private Douglas H. McDowell, Private Duncan Clark McDowell, Private Frank McDowell, Private Frederick Leander Guy McDowell, Captain Leonard Gordon McDowell, Lieutenant Colonel William James McDowell, Flying Officer Hector Joseph McGeechan, Rifleman Leslie Donald McGeechan, Private John McElhinney, Private William Herbert McElney, Sapper John Patrick McElvanny, Captain Andrew McElwee, Lance Sergeant John McEntegart, Private Charles Colin McAvoy, Lance Corporal James Bowler McAvoy, Private Gavin McEwen, Lance Corporal John McEwen, Private Robert McEwen, Private Alan Isaac McEwen, Trooper Lloyd E. McEwen, Private Raymond McEwen, Private Bernard L. McFadden, Private Huey McFadden, Flying Officer Thomas Joseph Aloysius McFadden, Lance Corporal Peter Sadler McFadden, Corporal Robert McFall, Rifleman Norman McFarland, Private Alexander McFarlane, Sapper Arthur William McFarlane, Private Daniel McFarlane, Private George Dingwall McFarlane, Private Walter Edward McFarlane, Marine John McFatter, Private Thomas McGarry, Rifleman Patrick F. W. J. McCarr, Private Ralph J. McGarry,
Warrant Officer Second Class
Robert McGarry, Corporal John McCarvey, Private Robert McGaw, Private Michael J. J. McGean, Private William McGeary, Private John Lawrence McGee, Private Murray McKen McGee, Private Daniel McGeehan, Trooper James McGeehan, Private John McGee, Private Robert McGee, Lance Corporal Harold E. McGill, Captain Hugh Roddick McGill, Sergeant Robert Glenn McGill, Sergeant Victor Donald McGill, Lance Corporal Donald Gordon McGillivray, Corporal James McGillivray, Gunner James McGillivray, Private John McGuinness, Private William Joseph McGuinness, Rifleman Cecil James McGuckin, Private Harvey A. McGorman, Private John Patrick McGoohey, Private James McGooldrick, Driver Peter McGovern, Private Harold Alexander McGowan, Private James McGowan, Sapper Joseph McGowan, Private Patrick McGowan, Lance Sergeant Robert McGowan, Private Ross Allen McGowan, Corporal Samuel McGowan, Rifleman Lachlan Leslie McGowan, Bombardier Peter Anthony McGrady, Corporal Harper McGrand, Lance Corporal James McGrath, Lance Corporal James McGrath, Private John McGrath, Gunner John Hamilton McGrath, Private Joseph John McGrath, Private Ronald McGrath, Private James Clark McGraw, Private Thomas McGreevy, Private Harold Joseph McGregor, Captain James McGregor, Private John Bullock McGregor, Private John Stalker McGregor, Corporal Joseph Charles McGregor, Lieutenant Peter David McGregor, Private Thomas William McGregor, Gunner William McGregor, Lance Corporal Edilor Graham Dennis McGooey, Private Edward McGuinness, Trooper John McGuinness, Gunner Gordon Berry Maguire, Sapper James Ross Maguire, Lance Sergeant John Lloyd Maguire, Rifleman Nicholas Maguire, Private Patrick John Maguire, Private Brendan Kenneth McGurk, Corporal Michael James McGurk, Private John Henry McGurty, Gunner William McHale, Rifleman Clifford Scanlon McCarty, Private James McCarty, Private Gerald McHarg, Major Kenneth Willis McHarg, Private Robert John McHiggins, Sapper John McHugh, Fusilier John Kavanagh McHugh, Trooper Ronald McHugh, Private Thomas McHugh, Gunner Bernard Thomas McEwen, Rifleman James McIlroy, Lieutenant William Herbert James McIlroy, Gunner James McIlvany, Corporal Percy Ernest McIlvenna, Gunner Ambrose Melland McIlrick, Corporal Edward McInally, Private James McInnaugh, Private Angus McInnes, Rifleman Duncan McInnes, Private William McInnes, Rifleman William Watson McInnes, Private Alexander J. McInnes, Sergeant James Alexander McInnes, Private Frederick Paul McInty, Sergeant Donald McIntosh, Private Donald Angus McIntosh, Private Edward McIntosh, Lance Corporal Henry McIntosh, Rifleman James Donald McIntosh, Private Malcolm McIntosh, Marine Nathaniel Mayer McIntosh, Gunner Robert McIntosh, Private Ross Archibald Mackintosh, Private Alexander Rennie McIntyre, Gunner Francis McIntyre, Private John McIntyre, Corporal Joseph Francis McIntyre, Private Reginald A. McIntyre, Private Robert McIntyre, Guardsman Thomas Gilmore McIntyre, Rifleman William G. McIntyre, Trooper Alan Duncan McIver, Private Frank L. McIver, Sergeant George McIver, Private Wilfred McIver, Captain James McLean McCaig, Lieutenant Alexander Mackay, Corporal Cecil Harry Mackay, Sergeant John Mackay,
Warrant Officer Second Class.
John Mackay, Private John Albert Mackay, Private John David Mackay, Private Norman H. Mackay, Corporal Raymond Stephen Mackay, Sergeant William George Mackay, Signalman William James Mackay, Sergeant William John Mackay, Private William L. Mackay, Sapper George McKean, Private Hugh McKean, Private John McKean, Trooper Robert D. McKean, Lance Corporal Hamilton Arthur McKechnie, Private Robert McKechnie, Lance Corporal Edward McKee, Driver John Edward McKee, Private Ronald McKee, Rifleman Leonard Isaac McKean, Private James McGregor McKeach, Private Hollis L. McKeel, Private Donald A. McKellar, Private Donald Arthur McKellar, Private Philip Ross McKendrick, Colour Sergeant McKendrick, Private James McHenry, Private Frank McKenna, Gunner George Frederick McKenna, Corporal James McKenna, Lance Corporal John Thomas McKenna, Private Patrick McKenna, Corporal Peter John McKenna, Corporal Robert John McKenna, Sergeant Robert Patrick McKenna, Corporal Samuel Charles McKenna, Warrant Officer Lancelot Loxton McKenney, Private Claude Scott Mackenzie, Trooper Douglas George Mackenzie, Lance Corporal Edward Mackenzie, Lance Corporal George Mackenzie, Trooper George Allen Mackenzie, Private George William Mackenzie, Gunner Henry Tocker Goat Mackenzie, Private James Smith Mackenzie, Lance Corporal James W. Mackenzie, Lance Corporal John Alexander Mackenzie, Flight Sergeant John Murdoch Thomas Mackenzie, Gunner Lewis Clark Mackenzie, Private Norman Mackenzie, Private Norman Mackenzie, Private Richard Mackenzie, Flight Lieutenant Robert Mellon Mackenzie, Private Torquil MacLeod Mackenzie, Private Huey Michael McKeown, Lieutenant William Allen McKeown, Marine Daniel McKeown, Private Kenneth James McKeown, Fusilier Henry Strachan McCurcher, Private John McKernan, Private George Albert McKerracher, Sergeant Hugh James McKerracher, Guardsman Richard McKibbin, Trooper Ross McKibbin, Private Walter Alfred McKeel, Private Archibald McKillop, Private Donald Neil McKillop, Sergeant Earl Gordon McKillop, Corporal William Robert McKim, Lance Corporal William George McKimmie, Trooper George Nugent McKinley, Private James McKinley, Lance Corporal James Kerr McKinley, Lance Corporal John Howden McKinley, Lance Bombardier Samuel McKinley, Lance Corporal Hugh Lawrence McKinley, Lance Corporal Donald Malcolm McKinnon, Lieutenant George Edward McKinnon, Corporal William Lewis McKinnon, Sergeant David McCurdy, Private George McKissick, Trooper Arthur McKnight, Corporal Samuel McKnight, Private Samuel Walker McKnight, Private John McCune, Private Cecil R. McLachlan, Private Thomas McLachlan, Driver McLachlan, Sergeant William James McLagan, Trooper Charles Thomas McLaren, Gunner John J. McLaren, Rifleman Michael G. McLaren, Corporal Neil McLaren, Marine John McLaughlin, Trooper John McLaughlin, Sapper Andrew McLaughlin, Gunner Bruce McLaughlin, Private Joseph V. McLaughlin, Gunner Murray P. McLaughlin, Lance Corporal Robert Douglas McLaughlin, Sergeant Thomas Charles McLaughlin, Private Wilford Leroy McLaughlin, Private William McLaughlin, Private William Joseph McLaughlin, Private William Mitchell Findlay McClay, Private Alex McLean, Sergeant Alexander McLean, Trooper Arthur McLean, Private George McLean, Sapper George James McLean, Private John William McLean, Sergeant Joseph McLean, Corporal Nathan McLean, Lance Corporal Robert Richardson McLean, Gunner William McLean, Private William Dean McLean, Sergeant William James McLean, Corporal William Thompson McLean, Gunner Archie A. McClellan, Marine John Edgar McClellan, Captain George Alistair McLennan, Private James E. McLennan, Sergeant William McLennan, Trooper Angus Munro MacLeod, Trooper Donald C. MacLeod, Gunner Fred C. MacLeod, Private George Bud MacLeod, Captain Hugh Donald MacLeod, Rifleman Jack Malcolm MacLeod, Bombardier James A. MacLeod, Private John MacLeod, Rifleman John MacLeod, Flight Sergeant John Wilbert MacLeod, Lance Corporal Leonard MacLeod, Trooper Malcolm MacLeod, Lance Corporal Richard B. MacLeod, Private Ronald MacLeod, Trooper Willard M. MacLeod, Signalman William MacLeod, Corporal William MacLeod, Trooper MacLeod, Private Robert Edgar McCletchy, Private Thomas Harrison McClintock, Private Daniel Gwynfor McLaughlin, Guardsman George McLaughlin, Driver Joseph Edward McLaughlin, Rifleman John McLucky, Gunner Frank McClure, Rifleman John S. McClurg, Fusilier James Walker McMahon, Private Robert McMahon, Chaplain 4th Class the Reverend Patrick Joseph McMahon, Gunner Willis McManus,
Warrant Officer 2nd Class.
Charles Athol McManus, Guardsman Daniel McManus, Lieutenant Malcolm McMartin, Gunner Daniel H. McMaster, Sub-Lieutenant Milne Henry McMaster, Private Thomas McMaster, Private Ronald Campbell McMechen, Private Alfred McMichael, Private David McMichael, Rifleman Albert James McMillan, Lance Corporal Archibald McMillan, Private Donald McMillan, Private Duncan Andrew McMillan, Sergeant Ernest Benjamin McMillan, Private George A. McMillan, Private James McMillan, Fusilier Kenneth John McMillan, Lance Corporal William McMillan, Fusilier Ronald George McMinn, Lieutenant William Edward Alexander McMitchell, Private Thomas Alfred McMonagle, Gunner Ralph McMorland, Guardsman Charles A. McMullen, Private Alan S. D. McMurray, Private David Forsyth McMurchie, Sergeant Charles H. McMurdo, Private James McMurdo, Private William McMurray, Private Joseph McMurray, Gunner Ian Alistair McNabb, Captain Roy Angus McNabb, Rifleman John George McNabb, Trooper Robert J. McNall, Private David McNally, Private John McNally, Gunner Peter Leyburn McNally, Driver Philip McNally, Private William McNally, Private James McNamara, Private John William McNamee, Gunner William Lindsay McNary, Sapper Norman E. McNaught, Corporal James William McNee, Trooper Thomas Campbell McNee, Trooper Frederick McNeil, Private Hector Conrad McNeil, Captain James Patrick McNeil, Private Neil McNeil, Private Everett J. McNeil, Lance Corporal James McNeil, Private Joseph Donald McNeil, Trooper Malcolm Stewart McNeil, Lieutenant James Rogerston McNeely, Gunner Robert Henry McNichol, Private Henry McNulty, Private Robert McNulty, Private Chesley Ralph McNulty, Corporal Miles McPartlin. Gunner Alexander McPhee. Private James McPhee. Guardsman John Miller McPhee. Sergeant Moshe Colin McPhee. Private George Alfred McPherson. Private George Duncan Heron McPherson. Flying Officer Gordon Ian Henry McPherson. Corporal Harold McPherson. Private Robert Stanley McPherson. Sergeant William Blackhall McPherson. Private James McPhillamy. Private Edward McPhillips. Private Joseph McPhillips. Lance Corporal Thomas Wilfred McQuaid. Private Alan Clarence McQuarrie. Lieutenant Hector Robert McQuarrie. Lieutenant Lewis John McQueen. Guardsman Thomas Henry McQueen. Corporal William Stocks McQueen. Private Cyril McQuillan. Rifleman Robert Harper McQuillan. Private Thomas McQuillan. Lance Corporal Frank McQuinn. Trooper John McQuire. Flight Sergeant Robert John McWhitty. Private George McRae. Corporal John George McRae. Corporal Donald McRitchie. Sergeant Thomas Andrew McRobbie. Lieutenant Bruce Herbert McRoberts. Gunner John McSeveny. Trooper Walter Gordon McShand. Fusilier Joseph McShane. Sergeant Alexander McSkimming. Private John Francis McSorley. Corporal Francis McSperrin. Sapper James McTaggart. Lance Corporal Stanley E. McTavish. Sergeant Charles Joseph McVeigh. Trooper Samuel Thomas McVeigh. Gunner William McFarlane McVeigh. Major Malcolm Ferguson McWar. Private George Keir McWilliam. Sergeant John McWilliam. Lance Corporal William McWilliam. Private Ira McWilliams. Gunner John McWilliams. Bombardier William McWilliams. Bombardier Albert Richard Meade. Private Alfred William Joseph Meader. Private Frederick George John Meader. Private Roland Meadley. Trooper Eric Meadowcroft. Trooper Frank S. Meadows. Private Gilbert Bernard Meadows. Rifleman Joseph Sidney Meadows. Private Lionel William George Meadows. Lieutenant Peter Meadows. Private George Meager. Private Charles Meakin. Sergeant Douglas Meakin. Lance Corporal Frank V. Meakin. Corporal George Edward Meakin. Private Norman Alfred Meakin. Rifleman Ronald Albert Meerland. Private Kenneth Mealing. Private Vincent James Meany. Sergeant Raymond William Meare. Private John Mearer. Private Thomas Mears. Corporal Douglas Trafalgar Mearns. Rifleman Herbert Mearns. Private Dennis Mears. Private Henry Charles Mears. Lance Sergeant Ronald James Mears. Private Cyril Medcraft. Craftsman Gordon Raymond Medic, Lance Corporal Edward Francis Medforth, Private William Thomas Medhurst, Lance Corporal Thomas William Medlicott, Private Harry Alexander Mee, Flight Sergeant Kenneth Gladwin Meehan, Private Michael Meehan, Sergeant Dennis John Meek, Private John London Meek, Sergeant Thomas John Meek, Fusilier Walter Meek, Private Clarence A. Meeker, Sapper Alphonse Mearsman, Driver Wilfred Henry Mees, Lance Corporal David McAnity, Private Jack McGilly, Private Sam Wordsworth Megson, Flight Lieutenant Henry Joseph Mehari, Private Andrew Meikle, Private Malcolm Meikle, Private Munro Micklejohn, Private George Mailer, Private Orell G. Melanson, Private Alexander Melbourne, Corporal Ralph P. Meldrum, Fusilier William Grant Meldrum, Private William Henry Mellish, Private William Patrick Joseph Mellon, Gunner Frederick George Mellish, Sergeant John Edward Mellish, Private Alfred Meller, Gunner Cyril Meller, Trooper Ernest Thomas Meller, Private George Leslie Meller, Private Harry Meller, Corporal Harry Meller, Fusilier John Meller, Trooper Leonard Meller, Bombardier Ronald Hancock Meller, Private Terence Peter Meller, Private Vernon Meller, Sergeant E. Norman Mellott, Private Peter Melnick, Guardsman Vieta Melosh, Bombardier George Meltz, Private Charles Melville, Guardsman Hugh Montgomery Melville, Rifleman Thomas Melvin, Lance Corporal Albert John Mendham, Private Richie Rutherford Menili, Private George A. Menny, Trooper Thomas Ripon Menim, Lieutenant Duncan Menzies, Major Edward Derrick K. Menzies, Corporal Albert G. Mercer, Gunner Alfred Mercer, Private Alfred James Mercer, Private Cecil L. Mercer, Private Chesley Wilmot Mercer, Gunner Horace Henry Mercer, Private John Mercer, Rifleman Stanley Mercer, Private Thomas Victor Mercer, Rifleman Walter H. Mercer, Lance Sergeant William T. Mercer, Private Cameron Arthur Meredith, Private Clifford Meredith, Private Herbert William Meredith, Major Kenneth Evan Bill Meredith, Bombardier Leonard Redmond Meredith, Private Norman Meredith, Private William Gordon Meredith, Private Albert J. Merkley, Rifleman Walter Richard Merrill, Trooper Glyndŵr Merrick, Private Robert Merrick, Corporal William James Merrifield, Private Harry Merrikin, Private Lawrence Merrilees, Corporal George A. Merrill. Lance Corporal Arthur James Merriman. Private Walter George Merrison. Private John Merritt. Trooper Kenneth Franklin Merritt. Fusilier Frederick Merricks. Lance Corporal Kenneth Walter Merry. Private Matthew Daniel Merry. Lieutenant Cyril Seaton Mercero. Lieutenant Steve Metzeros. Captain Joseph Frederick Metcalf. Corporal Charles Eric Metcalf. Corporal George Metcalf. Private John Metcalf. Private Keith Brain Metcalf. Sergeant Walter Metherell. Private Thomas Richard Metheringham. Private Paul Methot. Marine Kenneth Sidney Mew. Captain Edward Sterling Mayer. Private Henry Anton Mayer. Pilot Officer Johannes Hermanus Mayer. Lance Corporal Kurt Mayer. Private Thomas William Mayer. Private Victor Louis Mayer. Private Marcel Martin Meisenberg. Fusilier Francis George Michael. Rifleman Michael P. Michaelides. Private David Anthony Mickelson Yates. Trooper Orest Michalko. Private Michel Micheluk. Sergeant Gerald Michaud. Lieutenant Francois Gerard Michel. Private Francis Norman Mitchell. Sergeant Stanley R. Mitchie. Private Leslie Middle. Private Gordon Grant Middlebrook. Sergeant Stephen Middlemiss. Sapper Gordon Cooper Midler. Lance Corporal Delbert Manson Middleton. Corporal Eldred Francis Middleton. Private Ernest William Middleton. Private Frank Middleton. Private Frank Roy Middleton. Private George Ridley Middleton. Private Gilbert Middleton. Lance Corporal James Mearns Middleton. Corporal John Middleton. Private John Edward Empson Middleton. Gunner Leslie Henry Middleton. Sergeant Melvin Cyril Middleton. Gunner Norman William Middleton. Guardsman Robert Middleton. Trooper William George Middleton. Private Ronald Middlewood. Sergeant Eric George Midgley. Lance Corporal Percy Midgley. Gunner Albert Stanley Merow. Lance Corporal Joseph A. E. Minolt. Sergeant Frank Milburn. Private James Milburn. Private Peter Branwyn Milburn. Private Robert Cameron Milburn. Lance Corporal Arthur Milam. Private David John Milam. Trooper Frank Sidney Miles. Private George John Victor Miles. Private Kenneth Allen Miles. Corporal Kenneth Amos Miles. Private Leonard Vivian Miles. Corporal Martin Hugh Miles. Private Raymond Stanley Miles. Craftsman Ronald Miles, Corporal Ronald James Miles, Trooper Stanley Edward Miles, Sapper Sidney H. Miles, Private Thomas Edwin Miles, Sapper William John Miles, Corporal Daniel E. Milford, Private Gerard Miller, Private Daniel Monroe Millen, Driver Edward Miller, Private George Edward Miller, Private Hugh Miller, Corporal Hugh Henry Miller, Trooper Robert Brown Miller, Lance Sergeant Robert M. Miller, Fusilier Thomas A. Miller, Private Thomas McLean Miller, Sergeant William Alexander Miller, Corporal William Thomas Miller, Trooper William Wallace Miller, Corporal Henry A. Millard, Corporal Herbert Frederick Millard, Corporal William John Millard, Corporal Edward Arthur Millett, Sergeant Aldebert Martin Miller, Lieutenant Alexandra Miller, Sergeant Alfred Leonard Miller, Corporal Alan E. Miller, Trooper Andrew Buxton Miller, Rifleman Archibald McNeish Miller, Private Arthur Miller, Private Charles William Miller, Private Charles William Clark Miller, Corporal Dwayne Warren Miller, Trooper Edward Miller, Private Edward Miller, Guardsman Edward Henry Miller, Private Ernest Miller, Lance Corporal Irwin Henry Miller, Private Francis Kearney Miller, Private Frank Miller, Lance Corporal Frank Leslie Miller, Private Frederick K. Miller, Corporal George Henry Miller, Corporal Glenn B. Miller, Private Gordon Miller, Lance Corporal Hector Mackay Miller, Private Henry Miller, Lance Corporal James Miller, Pilot Officer James Henry Miller, Flight Sergeant James Stewart Miller, Marine John Miller, Private John Little Miller, Corporal John Walter Miller, Sergeant Joseph Miller, Lance Sergeant Joseph Miller, Lance Corporal Joseph William Miller, Private Kenneth C. Miller, Private Leonard Miller, Rifleman Leonard H. Miller, Flight Lieutenant Leslie Miller, Private Leslie Charles Miller, Signalman Lloyd G. Miller, Private Pete Joe Miller, Private Reginald Albert Miller, Corporal Richard William Miller, Private Robert Miller, Sergeant Ronald Miller, Private Ronald Miller, Lieutenant Ronald Elvin Miller, Rifleman Ronald Stanley William Miller, Private Roland Bewick Miller, Corporal Russell L. Miller, Guardsman Samuel George Miller, Lance Corporal Sidney Thomas Miller, Private Stanley Alfred Miller, Corporal Truman Miller, Private Vern Wallace Miller, Lance Corporal William Miller, Lance Corporal William Miller, Private Thomas John Miller Housen, Corporal Ronald Vincent Millership. Private Charles Frederick Millett. Private Raymond Harry Millicheap. Private George Milligan. Rifleman James Milligan. Captain Ronald William Bates Milligan. Signalman David Milliken. Captain George Ian Robertson Milliken. Major Richard Milliken. Private Edward Millington. Private John Albert Millington. Private Kenneth William Millington. Lance Corporal Thomas Edward Millington. Trooper William H. Millington. Fusilier Alfred Mills. Sapper Archibald Mills. Corporal Charles Albert George Mills. Private Charles E. Mills. Lieutenant Charles John Mills. Sergeant David Mills. Private David Nelson Mills. Rifleman Edward Mills. Sergeant Frederick Ernest Mills. Gunner Frederick Joseph Mills. Marine George William Frank Mills. Fusilier Harold Mills. Sergeant Harold Mills. Lieutenant Harold Abraham Mills. Lance Sergeant Herbert Alfred Leo Mills. Driver James Mills. Private James Arthur Mills. Rifleman James Delmer Mills. Lance Corporal John Raymond Mills. Private John William Mills. Corporal Morris William Mills. Gunner Percival Frank Mills. Guardsman Reginald Ashley Mills. Lance Corporal Robert Allen Mills. Private Ronald Edward Mills. Private Ronald Sidney Mills. Private Ronald Walter Tom Mills. Gunner Sidney Norman Mills. Private Sidney Thomas George Mills. Private Stanley Mills. Private Stanley Walter Mills. Trooper Victor Leonard David Mills. Driver William Mills. Gunner Clarence Millward. Sergeant Harry Millward. Corporal Henry James Millward. Sergeant Reginald Millward. Private Robert Millward. Signalman Douglas Milne. Captain Douglas Wilson Milne. Corporal George Peffers Milne. Flight Sergeant James Milne.
Warrant Officer Second Class.
James Fielding Milne. Private Robert Milne. Sergeant Walter Milne. Corporal Brenchley Peter Milner. Lieutenant James Panet Milner. Sergeant Leonard Milner. Sapper Roy Milner. Rifleman Cecil Alfred Milnes. Private Clifford Milnes. Private William Milnes. Bombardier Joseph Milrood. Private Charles Milton. Private Jack Harold Milton. Private Michael Milton. Corporal Ronald G. Minaker. Gunner John Frederick Minchella, Lieutenant Henry Desmond Penkivel Minchin, Trooper James Minards, Private Murray H. Minor, Private Tom Minor, Land Sergeant Ernest George Minette, Private Daniel Thomas Minnock, Private Charles Thomas Minns, Lance Corporal Frank Leslie Minns, Lance Corporal Bruce Wainwright Mino, Trooper Alfred Minshall, Private Frederick Mint, Private Morris Donald Minter, Lance Corporal Hoob Roy Minty, Lance Corporal Thomas Wilson Mintoft, Chaplain 4th Class the Reverend Cyril Minton Senhouse, Flight Lieutenant Arthur Eugene Mirren, Private Joseph A. Mirren, Podburschnik Jan Kalsimertz Mironov, Major Donald Curry Miriles, Lieutenant Henry Fanshawe Meiser, Private Howard A. Meisner, Private Alfred Mishkin, Gunner Albert Edward Miskelly, Sergeant Wesley Williams Miskoff, Private Jack Ernest Stephen Missing, Marine Albert Mitchell, Trooper Alexander Dickey Mitchell, Private Archibald Mitchell, Private Arthur Mitchell,
Warrant Officer 2nd Class.
Arthur Harold Mitchell, Private Arthur Henry Mitchell, Trooper Arthur William Mitchell, Lieutenant Bernard Anthony Mitchell, Lance Corporal Bertram Mitchell, Private Blair Alexander Mitchell, Sapper Charles Mitchell, Private Charles Leslie Mitchell, Lieutenant Craig Bentley Mitchell, Lance Corporal David Mitchell, Lance Corporal David Mitchell, Corporal Donald Laurie Mitchell, Private Edward Hugh Mitchell, Corporal Edwin Mitchell, Lance Corporal Emlyn Mitchell, Guardsman Eric Letcher Mitchell, Private Francis Edward Mitchell, Gunner Frank Mitchell, Guardsman Frederick Mitchell, Rifleman Frederick Charles Mitchell, Private Frederick George Mitchell, Second Lieutenant Geoffrey Andrew Mitchell, Lance Corporal George Henry Mitchell, Rifleman Gordon Lawrence Alexander Mitchell, Trooper Henry John Mitchell, Sergeant Jack Mackenzie Mitchell, Trooper John Edward Mitchell, Sergeant John Ray Mitchell, Flight Sergeant John Sandiford Mitchell, Land Sergeant John Whiteford Mitchell, Marine Lawrence Samuel Mitchell, Private Malcolm Mitchell, Corporal Milford Harold Mitchell, Trooper Norman Mitchell, Fusilier Paul Mitchell, Captain Ralph Charles Mitchell, Private Robert Mitchell, Lance Corporal Robert Lawrence Mitchell, Lance Corporal Sidney Albert John Mitchell, Private Thomas Henry Mitchell, Lance Corporal William Henry Mitchell, Private William Henry Mitchell, Private William McLachlan Mitchell, Trooper Roland Mitchell Brown, Lance Corporal John Mitchison, Sergeant Robert Percy Mitchley, Rifleman Johann Mittler, Private Kenneth Peter Mitten, Corporal Raymond Alfred Mitten, Private Walter C. Mitten, Rifleman Christopher Mokes, Private Gerald Mokes, Sergeant William Frederick James Mobbs, Private Reginald John Mobley, Sergeant Peter Jacob Martinez Moderman, Rifleman George Modine, Major Clive Eric Modin, Lance Corporal Robert L. Meinhert, Trooper Francis Patrick Moffat, Private David Moffat, Private Ian Charles Gordon Moffat, Trooper James Moffat, Private David Thomas Moffat,
Warrant Officer 2nd Class.
William James Moffat, Pilot Officer Donald Moffat Wilson, Driver George Thomas Moffat, Rifleman James Campbell Moffat, Private Aber Leslie Moffat, Corporal William Moffat, Private Harold Stanley Mooring, Captain George Wilson Mowen, Private George Orchison Moyer, Lance Bombardier George Robert Moyer, Rifleman Jack Fraser Moyer, Sergeant James Albert Moyer, Private John Moyer, Lance Bombardier John C. Moyer, Private Richard Moyer, Private Arthur Alexander Mokadance, Private John Roy Moldenhauer, Private David George Mole, Signalman George H. Mole, Private John Frederick Moles, Private John Albert Mollett, Private Henry Robert Mollison, Private Thomas William Malloy, Lance Corporal David Thomas Maloney, Private Carmen Molyneux, Private Claude James Molyneux, Lance Corporal Donald Molyneux, Driver Ralph Molyneux, Lance Corporal Alfred Monaghan, Corporal Francis Monaghan, Private William Monaghan, Lieutenant Mark Mondor, Sergeant Edward Thomas Money, Corporal Romuald Mongian, Private Victor John Monger, Fusilier Alexander Monk, Private Frederick Thomas Monk, Fusilier Harold Monks, Trooper Harry Monks, Sergeant Herbert George Monks, Rifleman Ian Robert Monroe, Private Thomas Edward Mont, Squadron Leader George Rawton Montague, Private Raymond Frederick Montague, Lance Corporal Trevor Montague, Trooper John A. Monteith, Lance Corporal Francis W. Montgomery, Sergeant Harold Arthur Montgomery, Corporal Harold F. Montgomery, Lance Corporal John Nairn Stephen Montgomery, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander William Henry James Montgomery Cunningham, Trooper Derek Charles Moody, Private Frederick Moody, Private Harold Victor Moody, Private John Frederick Moody, Private Robert Moody, Trooper Clayton Moon, Private George William Moon, Able Seaman Edward Mooney, Guardsman James E. Mooney, Fusilier James Mooney, Private Edward Albert Moore, Private John T. Morby, Fusilier John Moorcroft, Lance Bombardier Adrian Moore, Private Albert Moore, Private Albert Moore, Private Arnold Howard Moore, Sergeant Arthur Frederick Moore, Rifleman Arthur Stanley Moore, Private Charles William Moore, Trooper Cyril Moore, Trooper David Stanley Moore, Lance Corporal Dennis Frederick Moore, Private Donald Moore, Lance Corporal Donald Bircham Moore, Sapper Douglas Moore, Private Edward Frederick Moore, Captain Ewan Barnard Moore, Private Francis Donald Moore, Driver Frank Arthur George Moore, Lieutenant George Gladstone Richmond Moore, Private Harry Moore, Private Harry G. Moore, Trooper Henry Alfred Moore, Private Henry Frank Moore, Private Herbert Moore, Private Hubert Arthur Moore, Trooper Jack Moore, Private James Fred Moore, Corporal James Frederick Paul Moore, Private John Moore, Private John William Moore, Lieutenant John William Moore, Private Lloyd Robert Moore, Corporal Percival George Moore, Private Raymond Moore, Private Raymond Leslie Moore, Flight Lieutenant Richard Burton Moore, Trooper Robert Ernest Moore, Trooper Robert Frederick Moore, Sergeant Robert Paxton Moore, Private Robert Percy Moore, Private Ronald Patrick Moore, Private Roland William Moore, Sergeant Sterling Alvin Moore, Captain Thomas Walton Moore, Private Victor Allen Moore, Rifleman William Moore, Lance Bombardier William Albert Moore, Private William Cecil Moore, Motor Mechanic William Edward Moore, Private William Harold C. Moore, Lance Corporal William James Moore, Corporal William Jesse Moore, Private William John Moore, Lance Corporal William Patrick Moore, Private Moore, Flying Officer Douglas Keith Moores, Lance Bombardier William John Moores, Corporal Donald Richard Moorhead, Trooper Harris B. Morehouse, Lance Corporal Walter Mooring, Private William Henry Charles Morton, Sergeant Andrew Morley, Trooper Bernard Moran, Leading Seaman Patrick Moran, Flying Officer Patrick Stewart Greville Moran, Sergeant Thomas Earl Moran, Private Thomas Gavin Moran, Private William Moran, Private George Morand, Private Donald Bain Morby, Corporal James Davy Moore, Private George Sands Moreland, Private Alfonso Angelo Morelli, Sergeant Alexander John Morton, Lieutenant Christopher Vernon Morton, Sergeant Robert Morton, Lance Corporal John Walter Morey, Private Alan Edward Morgan, Private Alfred Morgan, Corporal Charles Henry Albert Morgan, Guardsman Colin Morgan, Corporal Courtney Lambert Morgan, Private Cyril Arthur Morgan, Private Dan Rhys Morgan, Private David Brinley Morgan, Private David Edgar Morgan, Private Dennis James Morgan, Private Ernest Edward John Morgan, Guardsman Fred James Morgan, Rifleman George Morgan, Sergeant George Morgan, Private George Morgan, Private Harold Whitfield Morgan, Private James Arthur Morgan, Private James Brisbane Morgan, Captain John Edward Morgan, Corporal John Howard Morgan, Flight Sergeant John Lionel Bertram Morgan, Private Kenneth John Morgan, Private Percy Victor Morgan, Lieutenant Philip Herbert Morgan, Captain Reginald Norman Morgan, Lance Corporal Richard Morgan, Lieutenant Robert Stanley Morgan, Lance Sergeant Ronald Morgan, Sergeant Ronald David Morgan, Lance Corporal Ronald Davis Morgan, Rifleman Ronald George Morgan, Private Ronald Raymond Morgan, Private Thomas Morgan, Trooper Thomas Duncan Morgan, Private Thomas Ivor Valentine Morgan, Private Trevor Morgan, Trooper Victor Horace Morgan, Lance Corporal William George Morgan, Lance Corporal William Turner Morgan, Captain Robert Louis Morgan Dean, Private Ambrose Marin, Private Joseph Marin, Private Joseph Willie Marin, Private Lucien Marin, Private Maurice Marin, Rifleman Napoleon Marin, Rifleman Norman Joseph Marin, Lieutenant Charles Stewart Barty Morrison, Pilot Officer Ronald Rutherford Morrison, Private Arthur Henry Morley, Colour Sergeant Colin Noel Morley, Private George Edward Morley, Lance Sergeant George Herbert Morley, Private Gwilym Morley, Private Leslie Morley, Private Philip Morley, Major John Forbes Morlock, Private Alphonse Morneau, Private Guy Maurice Mornault, Private Adam Morrock, Trooper Michael Moroz, Trooper Kenneth Victor Morphew, Private Arthur Morpus, Private Albert Ernest Morrell, Private Albert William Morrell, Lance Corporal Hartley Morrell, Private James Morrie, Private Walter Maurice, Lieutenant Gordon Henry Edward Morrill, Private Alan Henry Morris, Quartermaster Sergeant Alfred Morris, Private Alfred Morris, Private Alfred John Morris, Lance Corporal Andrew Morris, Trooper Andrew Morris, Major Compton William Morris, Lance Corporal Cyril Morris, Corporal David Benjamin Morris, Private David John Morris, Trooper David Louis Morris, Sapper Dennis Kitchener Morris, Private Dennis Henry Morris, Sergeant Frank Alfred Morris, Private George Morris, Private George William Morris, Trooper Gerard Thomas Morris, Private Hayden Morris, Corporal Henry James Morris, Corporal Henry Thomas Vipond Morris, Marine Hugh Morris, Private James Morris, Trooper James Arthur Morris, Bombardier James Heady Morris, Private John Edward Morris, Private John Leslie Morris, Corporal John Seymour Morris, Private John Victor Morris, Private Joseph Morris, Private Kenneth Alexander Charles Morris, Private Leslie Morris, Trooper Norman Morris, Trooper Norman Clifford Morris, Private Norman Sidney Oliver Morris, Private Owen Glyndŵr Morris, Private Reginald Morris, Private Richard Morris, Private Robert Morris, Lance Bombardier Sidney Charles Morris, Fusilier Thomas Morris, Trooper Trevor M. Morris, Lieutenant Vincent Patrick Morris, Lance Corporal Walter Morris, Private Walter William Morris, Sapper Wilfred Morris, Private William Morris, Private William Morris, Rifleman William Alfred Morris, Gunner William Ashley Morris, Sergeant William Charles Morris, Trooper William Ernest Morris, Corporal Charles James Morrish, Private Alexander Morrison, Second Lieutenant Archie Morrison, Corporal Benjamin Morrison, Private Charles Morrison, Private Donald Morrison, Rifleman Donald Bintley Morrison, Private Donald Ryburn Morrison, Lance Sergeant George Wilfred Morrison, Private John Morrison, Flight Lieutenant John Alexander Morrison, Private Joseph Marlowe Morrison, Private Maynard Richard Morrison, Private Norman R. Morrison, Private Roy Henry Morrison, Rifleman Wesley K. Morrison, Private William Morrison, Flying Officer William Harold Morrison, Sergeant William Jameson Morrison, Flying Officer William Robinson Morrison, Lance Corporal Willie Morrison, Gunner Francis Stephen Morris, Lance Bombardier George Edward Morrissey, Private John Henry Morrissey, Lance Corporal John Joseph Morrissey, Private Gordon Alfred Morritt, Corporal John Morrow, Trooper Ronald William Charles Morrow, Private Thomas Morrow, Private Theodore Ralph Mortensen, Private James Mortiboy, Private Arthur Mortimer, Private Brian Mortimer, Private George Mortimer, Corporal Herbert Henry Mortimer, Corporal Kenneth Arthur Mortimer, Trooper Ronald Mortimer, Lieutenant Eric Mortimore, Private John Herbert Mortimore, Private Stanley Mortka, Corporal Alfred Thomas Morton, Private Alfred William Morton, Private Edward Morton, Gunner George Patterson Morton, Trooper Harold Morton, Lance Corporal John Morton, Private John Henry Morton, Trooper Robert Lawrence Morton, Lance Corporal Robert Watson Morton,
Warrant Officer Second Class.
Stanley Morton, Private William Thomas Morton,
Warrant Officer Second Class.
Benjamin Moscow, Marine James Mosgrove, Corporal Harold Joseph Mosher, Corporal Albert Ronald Moss, Guardsman Cyril George Moss, Lance Corporal Frank Moss, Lance Corporal Herbert Henry Moss, Corporal James Moss, Private John Jack Brown, Sapper Lawrence Moss, Private Rufus Henry Moss, Driver Wilfred Moss, Bombardier William John Moss, Sergeant William Richard Moss, Private Moss, Gunner Emmanuel Mossack, Lance Corporal David Lindsay Motion, Private Jockey Mocheneng, Corporal Elmer Joseph Mott, Corporal Frank George Mott, Gunner Albert Edward Mottram, Private Joseph Mottram, Rifleman Horace Wilfred Mofton, Lieutenant John David Mould, Lieutenant Sidney John Moulder, Gunner James Moulding, Sergeant Kenneth Ernest Moulding, Private Alfred Henry Moult, Sergeant Ernest Roy Mounce, Sergeant John Henry Mouncer, Sapper Horace Frederick Mouncey, Private John Frederick Mouncey, Private Clifford Frederick Mount, Private Ernest Mount, Signalman Philip James Mount, Trooper Cyril Mountain, Gunner William Harold Mountney, Sergeant Ernest Mountford, Lance Corporal John Mountford, Corporal Norman Francis Mountford, Gunner James Henry Moussett, Private Charles Andrew Mowat, Sergeant Robert Allen Dixon Mowat, Private Walter Mowbray, Gunner Wilbur Mowbray, Private Lawrence Carl Mowry, Lance Corporal Wesley Julian Robert Moxey, Gunner Reginald James Moxham, Lieutenant George Edward Moxon, Private Percy J. Moyer,
Warrant Officer Second Class.
John Moyes,
Warrant Officer Second Class.
James Moyle, Private Sidney James Donald Moyle, Signalman Ernest Moyes, Gunner John H. Mutcher, Lance Corporal Walter Muckleroy, Corporal Frederick Owen Mucklow, Lieutenant Harry Kenneth Muff, Gunner John Vimy Mugford, Trooper Mugford, Trooper Alan Wallace Muir, Lance Corporal David Napier Muir, Sergeant George A. Muir, Sergeant James Muir, Gunner Leonard Muir, Fusilier Lewis Bernard Muir, Private Mark Edward Muir, Sergeant Robert Telford Muir, Rifleman Edward Richard Muircroft, Trooper Alexander Muirhead, Lance Corporal William James Muirhead, Lance Corporal Edward Theodore Mulcahy, Able Seaman Daniel Muldoon, Marine Alexander Mulhall, Private John Kevin Mulhall, Rifleman Earl Vernon Mulhern, Private William J. Mulhern, Private Joseph John Mulady, Private Christopher William Mullally, Private Joseph Mullally, Private Luke Mullally, Rifleman Robert James Mullen, Private John Edward Mullard, Private Cyril Thomas Mullarkey, Lance Corporal Brian Joseph Mullen, Private Dennis Mullen, Private Frederick Joseph Mullen, Private Gilbert Albert Mullen, Private James Mullen, Trooper John Aloysius Mullen, Private Martin Mullen, Gunner Michael Mullen, Rifleman Patrick Mullen, Private Thomas Mullen, Private Thomas Mullen, Private Edward Mulligan, Private Ernest Mullineau, Corporal Albert Mullineau, Private Edward Charles Mullins, Rifleman Patrick James Mullins, Corporal David Mullis, Private James Robert Mullis, Private Daniel Mulvihill, Sapper Percival Archibald Mulwain, Private Dennis Mumby, Sergeant Leonard Sidney Mumby, Fusilier James Donald Don Mumford, Private George Henry Mummery, Lance Sergeant John Muncaster, Gunner Reginald Manning Munsey, Private Rupert John Munsey, Private Andrew Godfrey Bryant Monday, Private Donald Lawrence Monday, Pilot Officer Harvey Francis Monday, Private James John Monday, Private John Victor Monday, Gunner Ernest William Munden, Captain Ian Edward Andrew Mundy, Private Thomas Munden, Lieutenant Dennis Frank Mundy, Private James Mundy, Private Joseph Mundy, Private William Mungall, Second Lieutenant Charles Bennett Munge, Lance Corporal Leonard Cyril Munns, Lieutenant Alexander Norman Grieve Munro, Private David Munro, Lieutenant Donald Pugh Munro, Trooper Frederick John Munro, Corporal George Munro, Private Huey Munro, Private Jack Munro, Private Peter William Munro, Guardsman Robert William Munro, Corporal William MacDonald Munro, Sergeant Clyde Alexander Munro, Corporal Hugh Archibald Munro, Sapper Jack Edward Munro, Sergeant William Angus Munro, Private George Munchin, Lance Corporal Walter Ronald Murch, Sergeant Donald Murchison, Land Sergeant Neil Murchison, Lieutenant Robert Bruce Murchison, Captain James Campbell Murdoch, Lance Corporal Leonard Lawson Murdoch, Private Bruce William Murdoch, Corporal Herbert Arthur Murfitt, Private John Evan Murgatroyd, Trooper Cecil Nicholas Murley, Fusilier Sean Murney, Gunner Albert Lewis Murphy, Gunner Bernard Murphy, Private Bertram Philip Murphy, Gunner Daniel Henry Patrick Murphy, Private Edward Murphy, Trooper Edward Murphy, Fusilier Francis Murphy, Lance Bombardier Francis Murphy,
Warrant Officer 2nd Class.
John Murphy, Private John Murphy, Sergeant John Murphy, Sergeant John Frederick Murphy, Trooper Kenneth Robert Murphy, Sergeant Mervyn Lloyd Murphy, Corporal Michael James Murphy, Gunner Noel Francis Murphy, Private Ronald Murphy, Private Stephen James Murphy, Private Thomas Murphy, Gunner Walter Murphy, Private William Daly Murphy, Captain Alexander Grant Murray, Corporal Alexander Ian Murray, Sergeant David William Murray,
Warrant Officer 2nd Class.
Donald McClellan Murray, Private Douglas Murray, Rifleman Eldon Roy Murray, Gunner Francis Murray, Private Franklin Miles Murray, Trooper Frederick Murray, Gunner Frederick J. Murray, Fusilier George Murray, Rifleman George Ernest Murray, Lance Sergeant George Martin Murray, Private Gordon Murray, Gunner Harold Murray, Private Harry John Murray, Lieutenant James Brodie Robertson Murray, Fusilier James Wilson Murray, Lieutenant John Murray, Sergeant John Murray, Lance Corporal John Bernard Murray, Gunner John David Murray, Private John Walter Murray, Sapper Joseph Brunton Murray,
Warrant Officer 2nd Class.
Joseph Henry O'Leary Louis Murray, Lance Sergeant Kenneth Boyd Murray, Private Lawrence Rindres Murray, Private Lloyd B. Murray, Flight Sergeant Maurice Campbell Murray, Private Neil Murray, Lance Corporal Peter Andrew Murray, Driver Richard Murray, Lance Corporal Robert Murray, Trooper Robert Murray, Corporal Robert Arthur Murray, Sapper Robert Cameron Murray, Private Sidney Edward Murray, Private Sidney Murray, Private Thomas Murray, Corporal Thomas Murray, Sergeant Thomas Bayfield Murray, Corporal Wilfred Frederick Murray, Corporal William Murray, Sergeant William George Murray, Gunner Norman William Murrell, Lieutenant Angus Murrison, Driver Henry Murram, Gunner James Fergus Merthyr, Trooper Ronald Easton Merton, Trooper John Musgrave, Trooper Joseph Edgar Musgrave, Marine Kenneth Musgrave, Rifleman Kenneth Musgrave, Chaplain 4th Class the Reverend Francis William Musgrave, Fusilier Thomas Mushet, Private Philip Mushing, Corporal George Henry Musket, Lance Sergeant Frederick George Mussel, Private James Robert Musset, Driver Arthur William Musson, Private Derek Musson, Trooper Joseph Frederick Musson, Corporal James Must, Sapper William Henry Mustow, Rifleman Andrew Galloway Much, Lieutenant James Much, Rifleman Robert Much, Sapper Frank Muchquiz, Gunner Ernest Frank Mutter, Corporal James Mitchell Mutter, Trooper Reginald Clare Mutton, Trooper Wazel Mutz, Private Alfred Mycock, Trooper Edward Mycroft, Signalman Charles Myers, Guardsman Frank Myers, Lance Sergeant Frederick Charles Myers, Sergeant George Wilbur Myers, Lance Corporal James Kenneth Myers, Corporal Leslie Myers, Sergeant Philip Myers, Fusilier Myers, Lance Sergeant John Myerscough, Staff Sergeant Thomas Gerard Myerscough, Sergeant Albert Edward Myhill, Lance Corporal Frederick Robert Charles Minear, Gunner Ernest John Minot, Trooper Alain Robert Anselm Myring, Fusilier John Myring,
Rifleman Wilfred Joseph Nabish, Private Dumas Nadeau, Private Gerard Nadeau, Private Paul Emile Nadeau, Private Frederick Naden, Trooper Clarence Clare Nadon, Private Albert Nadoui, Flight Lieutenant Arthur Edward Napier, Trooper Harry Leonard Napoleon, Sapper Paul Edward Cleve Napper, Fusilier Cyril Narvidge, Corporal Cecil Nash, Private Charles Alfred Richard Nash, Private Edward Nash, Private Harold Norman Nash, Sergeant Henry Charles William Nash, Sergeant James Harry Nash, Private Wilfred Douglas Nash, Private Eldon Joseph Nason, Trooper Louis Nasser. Trooper Nasser. Private Ernst Nathan. Lance Corporal Henry James Nathan. Trooper Jasper Waring Nation. Trooper Stafford David Narwash. Trooper Edward Naylor. Trooper Frederick William Naylor. Marine Gerald Naylor. Private John Charles Naylor. Private John Coltart Naylor. Corporal Reginald Stanley Naylor. Lance Sergeant George Naismith. Lance Corporal Joseph George Needs. Lance Corporal James Neagle. Private Charles William Neal. Private Ernest William Neal. Driver Frederick Harry Neal. Lieutenant Kenneth Guthrie Neal. Sergeant Norman John Neal. Trooper Thomas Newbigging Neal. Trooper Arthur E. Neal. Private Charles Neal. Corporal Charles Neal. Private Frederick Herbert Neal. Fusilier Thomas Melgwyn Neal. Corporal William George Neal. Private Patrick Neelan. Guardsman Leslie Neary. Corporal Patrick Neary. Corporal Patrice Joseph Nault. Private Romeo J. Nault. Private Cuthbert B. Neve. Private Harry Frederick Charles Neve. Lieutenant Christopher Baron Kelello Needham. Corporal Ernest Needham. Lance Corporal Frank Needham. Private William John Needham. Sapper Percy Needleman. Second Lieutenant Louis Michael McLennan Needs. Private Clifford Neeson. Flying Officer Tony Negrich. Private George Neal. Private George Arthur Neal. Private George Henry Neal. Corporal John Victor Neal. Lance Sergeant Russell J. Neal. Private Willis Irvin Neal. Lieutenant Edward John Neal. Guardsman Peter Neal. Corporal Alexander Ernest Nielsen. Rifleman Clarence Raymond Nielsen. Flight Sergeant Alexander David Niche. Private Herbert Victor Neller. Lieutenant Larry Douglas Nells. Sapper Fred Nellis. Trooper Arthur Nelms. Sergeant Alexander Rob Nelson. Sapper Arthur Nelson. Warrant Officer 2nd Class Charles Philip Roy Nelson. Private Christopher Nelson. Private David Aitken Nelson. Private Dennis Nelson. Sergeant George Ernest Nelson. Lance Corporal Gordon Nelson. Rifleman John Henry Nelson. Trooper Leo Charles Nelson. Lance Corporal Nels Gustav Rudolph Nelson. Lieutenant Peter Alexander David Nelson. Private Peter Anthony Nelson. Bombardier Philip Drake Nelson. Rifleman Raymond Morse Nelson. Lieutenant Robert Arthur Nelson. Private Thomas Nelson. Corporal Leonard Nino. Private Olavi M. Ninonen. Private Shelton J. Neffin. Flight Lieutenant Robert William Nesbitt. Chaplain 4th Class the Reverend Gerard Nesbitt. Private Wesley Victor Roy Nesbitt. Private William John Ness. Private Ronald Nethercott. Trooper John R. Neufeld. Private Leslie A. Neufeld. Private Cyril Thomas Neville. Corporal Ernest Alfred Bertie Neville. Private George Neville. Rifleman Henry Dennis Neville. Private Robert Edward Neville. Gunner Albert George Nevitt. Private Joseph Leon Antoine Nevraimont. Sapper Charles Alexander New. Corporal John Henry New. Private Cyril Newall. Private Harold Newall. Private Arthur Newberry. Private Leslie William Newcomb. Trooper Arthur Harry Newell. Private Bernard Frank Newell. Trooper Donald Harry Newell. Private Eric George Newell. Warrant Officer 2nd Class George William Newell. Private Leslie Newell. Private Peter John Newell. Signalman Roland John Newell. Gunner Henry Robert Newens. Corporal Harold Newey. Private Andrew David Newham. Gunner Frank Ernest Newham. Private George Ernest Newham. Private Norman Douglas Newing. Private Raymond Newington. Trooper William Newington. Private Alexander Newlands. Corporal Albert Victor Newman. Private Arthur Frederick Newman. Rifleman Charles George Newman. Corporal Charles John Newman. Corporal Eric David Newman. Private George A. Newman. Able Seaman Gerald Gray Newman. Sergeant Harry Arthur Newman. Corporal John Victor Newman. Rifleman John Walter Newman. Corporal Leonard George Newman. Private Reginald Newman. Corporal Vincent George Newman. Private George Nunes. Trooper Eric Roy Newnham. Private John Gilbert Daniel Newnham. Private John Nunes. Private Ernest Newsome. Warrant Officer 2nd Class George Alfred Newsome. Leading Aircraftman Stanley William Newson. Chaplain 4th Class, the Reverend John Arthur Newson. Flying Officer Albert John Newton. Gunner Cyril George Newton. Private Douglas Newton. Private Frederick Newton. Private George Morris Newton. Lance Corporal George Patrick Newton. Rifleman Gordon Newton. Corporal Joseph Newton. Corporal Percy Edward Newton. Able Seaman Rosalind Newton. Private Stanley Newton. Private William Stanley Newton. Private George E. L. Nayrink de Croix. Flying Officer Charles Joseph Niblett. Fusilier Dennis George Niblett. Guardsman Edward Niblett. Trooper James Niblock. Private Kenneth James Nice. Lance Corporal Gordon Ivan Nichol. Rifleman James A. Nichol. Private William Nichol. Corporal Charles Nicholas. Gunner Eric Bernard Nicholas. Sergeant Ronald Richard Nicholas. Private Wilfred John Nicholas. Private Alec George Nichols. Private Alfred Nichols. Private Alfred Jacques Nichols. Private Arthur James Nichols. Major Christopher Nichols. Private Frederick Walter Nichols. Private James Douglas Nichols. Private James Henry Frederick Nichols. Private John Nichols. Lance Corporal John Edwin Nichols. Corporal Ronald Owen Nichols. Private Samuel Nichols. Private Thomas Nichols. Sergeant William Risdon Nichols. Corporal Charles William Nichols. Sergeant Douglas Thomas Nichols. Private Harry George Nichols. Private John Nichols. Private Nichols. Trooper Alfred Nicholson. Driver Charles Warren Nicholson. Captain Daniel John Nicholson. Lance Sergeant David Arnold Nicholson. Trooper James Norman Nicholson. Captain John Richard Anthony Nicholson. Private John Thomas Nicholson. Guardsman Leonard Dodgson Nicholson. Corporal Ralph Nicholson. Lance Corporal Stanley Nicholson. Private Thomas William Nicholson. Lance Sergeant Tom Donald Nicholson. Lance Sergeant Michael Joseph Nichol. Captain John Michael Nickerson. Trooper Bert Ernest Nix. Gunner John Rowan Nichol. Corporal William Nichol. Private William Nichol. Private William Logie Nichol. Lieutenant Roland Nicoletti. Corporal David Nichol. Private Harold M. Nichol. Lance Corporal Harry Nichol. Private Malcolm Nicholson. Private Russell Hubert Nee. Trooper Walter E. Nielsen, Private Leon Nijelski, Lance Corporal William Nightingale, Private Adolf George Nilsson, Sapper Ture Adolf Nilsson, Corporal William Nimcan, Lance Corporal Thomas Blackmore Nimmo, Private Thomas Roberts Thornton Nimmo, Private Gilbert Mackenzie Nish, Lieutenant David Harper Niven, Signalman Ian Smith Niven, Major Cyril Colville Alexander Nixon, Lance Corporal Donald Arthur Nixon, Lance Corporal Edward Nixon, Private Frederick Nixon, Trooper John Lawrence Nixon, Fusilier William Allen Nixon, Private William Harry Nixon, Sergeant Jack Nixon, Private Emerson Noble, Bombardier John William Nobes, Craftsman Albert James Noble, Rifleman Arthur W. Noble, Fusilier Ernest William Noble, Warrant Officer 2nd Class George Creighton Noble, Captain John Padmore Noble, Private Leslie Thomas Noble, Corporal Norman Noble, Private Reginald Noble, Sergeant Walter Edward John Noble, Private Stanley Noden, Lance Corporal Jean Noel, Private Joseph Noel, Private Frederick Ann Notfall, Lieutenant Joseph Arthur Noiseur, Flying Officer Benjamin Noakes Cooper, Rifleman Morris E. Nakusis, Private Joseph Nolan, Private Leonard Nolan, Private Robert Nolan, Private Robert Joseph Nolan, Fusilier Ronald Luke Nolan, Private William J. Nolan, Private Dennis Joseph Nolder, Corporal Noon, Private Lawrence J. Noon, Trooper Ernest C. Nordin, Sergeant William John Norgrove, Lieutenant Colonel Evelyn Arundel Meadows Norrie, Marine George Norrie, Private Alfred Norman, Private Arthur Edward Norman, Private Benjamin Ernest Norman, Lance Corporal Christopher William Norman, Gunner Edward Albert Norman, Captain George Shelley Clifton Norman, Private Joseph Henry Norman, Gunner Leonard John Norman, Private Roland William Norman, Private Sidney Edward Norman, Private Sidney Herbert Norman, Rifleman Lionel Normand, Sapper Jack Normington, Private William Norrie, Lance Bombardier Alexander Norris, Sergeant Charles Norris, Gunner Charles Alfred Norris, Private Cyril Arthur Norris, Trooper Frederick George Norris, Private Leslie Norris, Lance Corporal Lionel James Norris, Trooper Richard Norris, Private Russell J. Norris, Private Stuart Edward Norris, Private Thomas Norris, Lance Corporal Thomas Herbert Arnold Norris, Private Arthur Robert North, Private George North, Lance Sergeant Harry North, Trooper John Arnold North, Lance Corporal John Isaac North, Rifleman Richard Charles North, Private Thomas Vivian North, Private William Kenneth North, Major George Leslie Northcote, Major Richard Henry Northcott, Private Robert Frederick Northmore, Private Ronald Edward Northmore, Sergeant Cyril Charles Northover, Private Leslie James Northover, Sergeant Albert Stanley Norton, Gunner Arthur Norton, Marine Bernard William Norton, Gunner James Henry Norton, Driver Norman Norton, Sergeant Sidney Norton, Private Benjamin Joseph Noskei, Private Armando Notargicomo, Sapper Bertram Charles Nother, Private John Notman, Captain George Dyer Nott, Private Frederick Nottle, Private Alex Novinka, Corporal Alan Alfred F. Noyce, Sapper Richard Ernest Noyce, Private Robert Earl Noyes, Gunner Ronald Peters Noyes, Private Percy Nugent, Private Stanley Nugent, Ordinary Seaman Dennis Arthur Nunn, Bombardier George Edgar Nunn, Gunner Harry Francis Nunn, Trooper John Jenkinson Nunn, Private John Robert Nunn, Lieutenant Richard Geoffrey Nunn, Trooper Silas Henry Nunn, Private Harry Nunnally, Flight Sergeant Stanley Nunwick, Private Arthur Nurse, Trooper Bernard Frederick Nursey, Gunner Frederick Nutland, Sergeant Cyril Arthur Nuttall, Gunner Edward Nuttall, Private Norman George Nuttall, Private Percy Nuttall, Fusilier William Arthur Nuttall, Sergeant Henry Nutter, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Ernie Nyberg, Private William Nicolaisen, Private Harvey Nistrom, Private Olaf Edmund Nistrom,
Trooper George William Oakton, Private Everett Fillmore Oakes, Privates Gordon Oakes, Private Thomas Sidney Oakes, Private George William Oakey, Private William Arthur Oakey, Gunner Alan Cyril Oakley, Lance Corporal Arthur James Oakley, Trooper George Oakley, Private Harold Oakley, Private Harold Frederick Oakley, Private Raymond Charles Oakley, Marine Brian Oates, Private Francis James Oates, Driver Joseph William Oates,
Private Wilfred Obadiah, Corporal Michael O'Bairn, Gunner Charles Henry O'Bourne, Corporal Bernard O'Boyle, Private Joseph O'Boyle, Flight Sergeant Harry George John O'Bree, Rifleman Bernard O'Brien, Lance Corporal Charles O'Brien, Trooper Francis O'Brien, Private Gerald Hugh O'Brien, Private Irvin Lloyd O'Brien, Gunner James O'Brien, Sergeant James O'Brien, Sapper James Francis O'Brien, Sapper James Joseph O'Brien, Guardsman James Patrick O'Brien, Private James Roy O'Brien, Lieutenant Leonard David O'Brien, Private Matthew O'Brien, Private Patrick George O'Brien, Sergeant Robert James O'Brien, Private Thomas O'Brien, Private William O'Brien, Lieutenant Gordon Harry O'Brien Hitching, Marine Frank John O'Callaghan, Private Lawrence Peter O'Callaghan, Corporal Patrick Joseph O'Callaghan, Private Philip Arthur Ockenden, Private Floyd Eldon O'Coin, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Daniel O'Connell, Sergeant John Joseph O'Connell, Lance Corporal Joseph O'Connell, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Nicholas O'Connell, Private Philip William O'Connell, Sergeant Bernard James O'Connor, Gunner Charles Patrick O'Connor, Private Dennis Stephen O'Connor, Private John Patrick O'Connor, Sergeant Lorne D. O'Connor, Marine Michael Edward O'Connor, Lance Corporal Patrick Joseph O'Connor, Rifleman Timothy O'Connor, Private Dennis Stanley Oddy, Sapper George Odell, Private Oliver Walter Odell, Lieutenant William Henry Odell, Private Basil alias Odjick, Trooper Francis Terence O'Donnell, Private James Alexander O'Donnell, Gunner John O'Donnell, Sapper Richard O'Donnell, Private William Gallagher O'Donnell, Private Thomas Anthony O'Dowd, Private Harold Stephen Adrofsky, Private Michael O'Dwyer, Gunner Thomas Gerard O'Dwyer, Lieutenant Sidney Thomas Offen, Sergeant Claude Henry Offord, Rifleman Peter O'Flanagan, Private Henry Offord, Private Dominic O'Gara, Gunner Garside Ogden, Lance Sergeant Kenneth Ogden, Trooper Rodney W. Ogden, Driver Bruce Much Ogg, Private James Chapman Ogg, Private Joseph Ogg, Private David Ogilvy, Private Edward Ogilvy, Sergeant Royston Campbell Stanley Thomas Ogilvy, Gunner John Patrick O'Grady, Private John O'Hagan, Lance Corporal Patrick O'Hagan, Private Eugene B. O'Hanley, Guardsman James Patrick Joseph O'Hanlon, Private John Patrick O'Hanlon, Corporal John Patrick O'Hara, Private Thomas O'Hara, Corporal Winslow Earl Oikel, Corporal James Henry O'Keefe, Fusilier Terence O'Keefe, Private Patrick O'Keefe, Trooper David Vincent Oland, Private Ernest Robert Old, Lance Sergeant Douglas Archibald Oldale, Private Frank Oldfield, Private Harry Leslie Oldfield, Private Ronald Oldfield, Sergeant Ernest Oldham, Corporal Harold Oldham, Trooper Joshua Oldham, Private Walter Oldham, Private James Alexander Oldman, Bombardier Rayburn Oldreeve, Private Cyril John Edward Aldridge, Private Arthur Oldroyd, Lance Sergeant Leonard Oldroyd, Corporal Arthur O'Leary, Lieutenant Cornelius O'Leary, Private Daniel O'Leary, Sergeant Gerald O'Leary, Corporal Gerald James O'Leary, Lance Corporal Ronald Henry O'Leary, Private William Olekshuk, Trooper Alan C. Olimer, Rifleman Laverne Mark Oliphant, Fusilier Henry James Olive, Lieutenant Basil Oliver, Fusilier Edward Oliver, Gunner Elijah Oliver, Sergeant Ernest Horace Oliver, Private Geoffrey Oliver, Trooper Geoffrey Charles Morley Oliver, Rifleman Harry Albert Oliver, Private James Oliver, Private James Oliver, Guardsman James Ashley Oliver, Rifleman John Chapman Oliver, Private John Richard Oliver, Lance Corporal Leonard George Oliver, Private Reginald Henry Oliver, Trooper Robert William Oliver, Private Sidney Charles Oliver, Corporal William Robert Melrose Oliver, Lieutenant Bruce Leonard Ollie, Private George Ollier, Driver Bernard Thomas O'Loughlin, Sergeant Arndt H. C. Olson, Private Rolf Olson, Lance Corporal Arthur Olson, Able Seaman Charles William Olson, Private Rex John Olver, Gunner Patrick O'Malley, Private Thomas Omond, Trooper Dennis Pritchard O'Neill, Lance Corporal John David O'Neill, Trooper Ambrose O'Neill, Sapper Charles O'Neill, Captain Cornelius O'Neill, Corporal David Smith O'Neill, Private Edward O'Neill, Lieutenant Frank Smith O'Neill, Fusilier George Edward O'Neill, Driver Henry O'Neill, Guardsman Henry Hunter O'Neill, Private James W. O'Neill, Gunner Russell Charman O'Neill, Sergeant William George O'Neill, Private Robert William Ong, Major Arthur Morton Onions, Corporal Frank Thomas Onley, Corporal Thomas Openshaw, Trooper James William Opie, Lance Corporal Stanley Reuben Oram, Private William Frederick Ronald Oram, Rifleman Frank A. Orban, Gunner Cecil Ambrose Orbell, Gunner Eric Tom Orchard, Private William Orchard, Lance Corporal John Ord, Corporal Edward George O'Reilly, Private Hugh O'Reilly, Private James O'Reilly, Private John Hutton O'Reilly, Rifleman Michael O'Reilly, Private Michael Miles O'Reilly, Lance Corporal Douglas Sumner Orford, Private Lloyd W. Orford, Captain Akil Louis Orier, Soldier Seev Orindikhov, Gunner Benjamin Charles Orman, Bombardier John Thomas Orme, Lance Sergeant Sam Orme, Captain George Waring Drury Ormerod, Sergeant Joseph Walter Ormshire, Private David Ormiston, Private John Ormston, Lance Corporal Herbert William Ormsby, Gunner John O'Rourke, Private David Orr, Lance Corporal Hugh Orr, Lance Corporal Robert John Dillon Orr, Gunner Thomas Aitken Orr, Private Alfred Orrell, Private George Harry Orry, Private George Orridge, Fusilier Stanley Orridge, Private William Orridge, Lance Corporal Douglas Assell Orser, Driver James William Orton, Private Thomas William Percy Orwin, Private Stephen Ozadick, Lieutenant Derek Osbaldeston, Sergeant Edward William Albert Osborne, Stoker First Class John William Osborne, Private Sidney Leonard Osborne, Gunner Alan John Osborne, Private Edward Thomas Gerald Osborne, Trooper Eric Ivan Dennis Osborne, Trooper Harry Osborne, Bombardier John Osborne, Private John Henry Osborne, Lance Sergeant Joseph Osborne, Private Joseph Frederick Osborne, Private Lawrence Osborne, Private Raymond Peter Osborne, Sergeant Samuel Osborne, Private Frank Edward Osborne, Private Philip O'Shaughnessy, Trooper Geoffrey Michael O'Shea, Gunner Joseph Patrick O'Shea, Sergeant George Anthony Ossipoff, Major James Gordon Osler, Major Kenneth Siddons Osler, Private Victor Frank Osmond, Private Edward William Osmond, Trooper Frank Osterfield, Rifleman Frank Ostier, Private Anders Waldemar Ostman, Kapitan Ostrovsky, Private David O'Sullivan, Lance Corporal Edward Delaney O'Sullivan, Rifleman John Edward Oswin, Private Joseph C. O'Toole, Private Basil Roy Ottaway, Lance Corporal Charles Edward Ottaway, Lance Corporal Lionel Wellett, Private Rene Welle, Trooper Dennis Wellett, Gunner Cecil Orton, Sergeant John William Oulsnam, Lance Corporal James Headley Altram, Private Lloyd A. Outhouse, Lance Corporal Roderick Joseph Ovenden, Captain Cecil Kenneth Gordon Overend, Private Donald Edwin Thomas Overington, Private Lawrence William Overland, Private William Henry Overland, Warrant Officer Second Class Francis Lionel Overman, Private Morris Douglas Overthrow, Lance Corporal Edwin Frank Overton, Trooper Francis David Overton, Bombardier William Henry Overton, Lance Sergeant Cyril John Overton Davis, Private Roy Edward Ovington, Trooper Russell Oucher, Private Alfred Victor Owen, Major Artro Graham Owen, Sapper Aubrey Sidney Owen, Trooper Charles E. Owen, Gunner Daniel Owen, Captain David Derwin Owen, Private David Humphrey Owen, Private Edward Owen, Private Ellis Owen, Sergeant Airweth Owen, Lance Corporal Frank Owen, Fusilier Gwilym Arvon Owen, Corporal Harry Owen, Lance Corporal Harry Owen, Private Herbert Colin Owen, Private Ivor Price Owen, Ordinary Seaman Jack Owen, Private James Owen, Guardsman James Victor Owen, Flight Sergeant John Owen, Lance Corporal Joseph Owen, Private Kenneth Owen, Lance Corporal Leslie Owen, Private Morris Charles Owen, Private Reginald Claude Owen, Private Samuel Owen, Lance Corporal William Richard Owen, Rifleman Alan R. Owens, Trooper Bernard J. Owens, Lance Corporal Francis Owens, Sergeant Frank Owens, Private Henry Owens, Driver Joseph Frederick Owens, Guardsman William Owens, Private George Joffre Hours, Private Donald A. Oxley, Private Frederick Arthur Oxley, Corporal William Henry Oxley, Gunner William Rolfe Oxspring, Private Clifford Melbourne Oxterby, Captain Roger Lightfoot Oyston,
Private Peter Pacey, Trooper William F. Patchell, Sapper Robert Patchell, Major Charles William Christopher Pack, Private Brinley William Packer, Private Albert Edward Packman, Corporal Alfred Philip Packman, Trooper Roland James George Packman, Corporal James Paddison, Private Edward Philip Paddock, Private George H. Padfield, Corporal William Reginald Padfield, Gunner Donald Paget, Private Albert Padley, Lieutenant Lorne Henry Paff, Private Ward A. Paff, Private Frederick Neville Pagden, Private Charles William Page, Private Douglas Haig Page, Driver Edward Page, Sergeant Leonard Stanley Page, Private Marcel Page, Lieutenant Pierre Roger J. Page, Trooper Russell Page, Private Simeon Page, Lance Sergeant Thomas Page, Private Vernon H. Page, Rifleman William Page, Major Peter William Paget, Private Kenneth Andrew Paget, Corporal Vincent Pagetto, Gunner Donald Roger Payne, Lance Sergeant Frederick Baden Payne, Private Frederick William Payne, Private Thomas Henry Payne, Private Hector Panchaud, Private Harold Payne, Private Bernard Campbell Painter, Private Francis Thomas Painter, Trooper Robert Painter, Trooper Royston Ivor Painter, Private Andrew Dixon Pearman, Private George Harold Paisley, Private James Pallardy, Sergeant Alvin H. Palfrenier, Craftsman William A. Palfrey, Rifleman Paul Palachuk, Driver George Israel Palin, Driver Jack Palin, Private Arnold Palliser, Gunner Edwin Palm, Trooper Alan Victor Palmer, Private Albert Edward Palmer, Private Alfred Thomas Palmer, Private Arthur Edward Palmer, Private Bert Archibald Palmer, Lance Corporal Douglas C. Palmer, Signalman Douglas George Palmer, Gunner Douglas Victor Ernest Palmer, Private Earl Roderick Palmer, Private Edwin Leonard Palmer, Private Frederick Samuel Beedman Palmer, Major George Tristram Palmer, Corporal Harold Thomas Palmer, Gunner Henry John Palmer, Sapper Horace Arthur Stanley Palmer, Marine Hubert Palmer, Private Hugh F. Palmer, Private James Palmer, Private James C. Palmer, Sergeant Joseph Palmer, Private Kenneth James Palmer, Private Norman Palmer, Corporal Stanley Horace Palmer, Trooper Thomas Gerald Palmer, Private Victor James Palmer, Gunner Walter Palmer, Private William Palmer, Private William George Palmer, Sergeant William Herbert Palmer, Private William Thomas Palmer, Captain Harry Manolo Pamphilon, Signalman Norman Thomas Pankhurst, Caporale Mario Umberto Pandolfi, Rifleman William Pangman, Lieutenant John Anthony Pankhurst, Gunner William George Pankhurst, Trooper Robert Clifford Middleton Panbaker, Lance Corporal John Frank Pannell, Gunner Raymond Panther, Private Stephen J. Pape, Major Philip Walter Garnier Papillon, Lance Corporal Harold Wallace Papineau, Private Frank Papp, Rifleman Robert P. Papple, Private Arthur Papworth, Private Menzie T. Paquette, Private René Paquette, Private Arthur Paquin, Private Jean E. Paradis, Driver Edwin Henry Pardo, Gunner Cyril Pardy, Sergeant Jean E. Parr, Private Richard J. Parent, Private Stanislas Parent, Private Edward Charles Parfit, Lieutenant Gordon Sterry Parfit. Private Jack Harold Parfitt, Gunner Thomas Parfitt, Lance Corporal Victor Oliver Parfitt, Lance Corporal Thomas Richard John Pargeter, Sergeant Robert Mackenzie Paris, Rifleman Percy Parisian, Private Raymond Parisian, Private Alexander Barclay Park, Private John Park, Private Matthew Park,
Warrant Officer Second Class,
Robert Anderson Park, Trooper Thomas Park, Private Trevor Major Park, Gunner William Park, Private Albert Edward Parker, Private Arthur Parker, Lance Corporal Arthur Parker, Private Arthur Charles Parker, Trooper Arthur L. Parker, Sapper Bruce Frederick Parker, Lance Bombardier Cecil Goodwin Parker, Corporal Clifford William George Parker, Private Edmund Richard Parker, Driver Frederick William Parker, Lieutenant George Kenneth Parker, Private Henry Thompson Parker, Private Jack Edward Parker, Sapper James Henry Parker, Corporal John William Parker, Private John William Parker, Private Joseph Parker, Private Leonard Parker, Second Lieutenant Louis Edgar Parker, Private Norman Parker, Flight Sergeant Raymond Parker, Private Reginald Parker, Captain Reginald Francis Parker, Gunner Richard Parker, Sergeant Robert Parker, Lance Corporal Robert W. Parker, Sergeant Ronald Cecil Parker, Gunner Stanley R. Parker, Captain Terence Gillette Parker, Corporal Thomas Parker, Private Thomas Parker, Private Thomas Parker, Trooper Thomas Horton Parker, Sergeant Walter A. Parker, Lance Corporal William Parker, Private Arthur S. Parks, Sergeant Ernest Parks, Gunner John Parks, Rifleman Morris Leslie Parks, Sergeant Percy S. Parks, Sergeant Douglas C. Parkhill, Private Arthur Parkin, Rifleman Charles Rowland Parkin, Private Donald Parkin, Lance Corporal Lewis Parkin, Lance Sergeant Sidney Carter Parkin, Guardsman William Parkin, Rifleman Stanley George Parkins, Captain George Fielding Parkinson, Corporal Gordon C. Parkinson, Private Harry Parkinson, Private Henry Parkinson, Private Herbert Parkinson, Sergeant John Parkinson, Marine John Archibald Parkinson, Trooper Peter Parkinson, Private Richard Parkinson, Private William Parkinson, Lance Corporal Roland F. Parks, Lance Corporal Sterling William Parks, Lance Corporal Thomas Parks, Private Roy J. Parley, Gunner William Frederick Parlow, Gunner Thomas William Parmenter, Corporal Norman William Parnell, Rifleman William Arthur Parnell, Sergeant Cecil H. Parr, Lieutenant Edward Parr, Private Ivor Parr, Driver James Parr, Lance Corporal John Parr, Private John Ernest Parr, Corporal John William Wilton Parr, Corporal Norman Parr, Leading Aircraftman Richard Croxton Parr, Private Nelson Alfred Parrington, Private Morris William Paris,
Warrant Officer Second Class,
Arthur Geoffrey Parrott, Private George Henry Arthur Parrott, Gunner John Charles Parrott, Private Raymond Edward Parrott, Gunner Robert A. Parrott, Corporal Thomas Alfred Parrott, Private David Carlyle Parry, Private David Henry Parry, Lance Corporal David Ivor Parry, Private Douglas Haig Parry, Bombardier Edgar Parry, Private Edward George Henry Parry, Gunner Edwin Parry, Private Ernest Parry, Flight Lieutenant Ernest Wynne Parry, Private Hugh Ivor Parry, Private Kenneth Joseph Parry, Private Thomas Parry, Private Wallace John Parry, Private William Edward Parry, Gunner William Richard Parry, Lieutenant David Edward Parry Jones, Trooper Ronald James Parsonage, Private Albert Parsons, Private Alfred Leslie Parsons, Private Arthur Walter John Parsons, Gunner Charles Robert Parsons, Second Lieutenant Dennis Edwin Parsons, Private Dennis Granville Parsons, Trooper Eric Carroll Parsons, Sergeant Henry George Parsons, Private Reginald Harry Parsons, Private Robert George Parsons, Private Ronald George Parsons, Trooper Thomas William Parsons, Rifleman William Parsons, Private William Parsons, Private William Charles Parsons, Fusilier Granville Partington, Gunner Norman Partington, Fusilier Robert Partington, Trooper Royston Stansfield Partington, Private Eric George Parton, Fusilier William Parton, Private Thomas Partoon, Private Cyril Partridge, Sapper Harold Stephen Partridge, Private Ivor Roy Frank Partridge, Guardsman Jack Partridge, Sergeant James George Langford Partridge, Private Kenneth Partridge, Guardsman Leonard Partridge, Fusilier William Radcliffe Partridge, Captain Fred Pascal, Private Henry James Pascoe, Sergeant Peter William Pask, Trooper Kenneth Robert Pascal, Driver Ernest Paskin, Lance Corporal Joseph Pasquale, Private George Ernest Pass, Corporal Alfred Ernest Passmore, Major Edmund Lancelot Gerald Passy, Signalman Henry J. Patch, Private Ronald H. Patch, Lance Corporal Frank P. Pate, Private Thomas Owen Pate, Private Alexander Cameron Patterson, Lance Corporal Andrew Patterson, Sergeant Archibald Patterson, Private Charles Patterson, Private David Patterson, Private Eric Patterson, Trooper Ernest Corbett Patterson, Rifleman George Patterson, Fusilier George Thompson Patterson, Corporal Hugh George Patterson, Private James Patterson, Corporal James Patterson, Private James Walker Patterson, Corporal John Patterson, Private John Patterson, Gunner Thomas Patterson, Corporal William Crawford Patterson, Lieutenant William Lloyd Patterson, Private William Ray Patterson, Private Louis George Patience, Private Jacob Patcow, Private William Patmore, Gunner Edward Payton, Corporal Edward Payton, Lieutenant George Clark Payton, Rifleman James Payton, Private Leonid Patry, Sergeant Albert Patterson, Trooper David John Patterson, Sergeant David William Patterson, Private Ernest Patterson, Rifleman John Patterson, Private John Stanley Pat Patterson, Private Roland Patterson, Corporal Thomas Patterson, Gunner Ernest Pattingale, Trooper Raymond Victor Pattingale, Private Cyril Armstrong Pattinson, Private Frank Kenneth Pattinson, Sapper John Pattinson, Lieutenant Roy Pattinson, Lieutenant Donald Moncrief Patterson, Lance Sergeant Harry Patterson, Lieutenant Herbert Kitchener Patterson, Lance Corporal Ralph Patterson, Trooper Raymond C. Patterson, Private Robert Edward Patterson, Lance Corporal Dennis R. Patton, Private James Frederick Patton, Rifleman Richard George Patton, Private Thomas P. Patton, Lance Corporal Victor E. Patton, Lieutenant Leonard Francis Paul, Private Louis Paul, Private Louis G. Paul, Private Thomas Paul, Craftsman William John Pauley, Lieutenant Frederick Bergman Paulson, Driver Harry Cornelius Paulson, Private Irvin Roger Paulson, Lance Corporal Lloyd Leslie Paulson, Private Victor C. M. Paulson, Lance Corporal Walter Paulson, Lieutenant Henry John Pavley, Corporal Israel Pavelo, Private Ted Pavitt, Driver Leonard Horace Pauley, Lance Corporal Fred J. Posey, Corporal Henry Paxton, Corporal Edward James Pay, Private Charles Tony Payne, Gunner Douglas Marshall Payne, Lance Sergeant Edward Payne, Rifleman Edward Daniel Payne, Corporal Ernest George Payne,
Warrant Officer Second Class,
Frank Harold Payne, Lance Sergeant Frank Herbert Payne, Lance Sergeant Fred Payne, Trooper Geoffrey Arthur Payne, Private James Edward Payne, Private James Tench Payne, Private John William Payne, Corporal Kenneth Ernest Payne, Lance Bombardier Kenneth James Garland Payne, Lance Corporal Ronald Kenneth Payne,
Warrant Officer Second Class,
Frederick L. Painter, Private John Wedge Painter, Signalman Frederick Charles Peyton, Sergeant William James Peyton, Captain Harry Jarvis Peacey, Private Alfred John Peach, Private Arthur Peach, Rifleman Robert T. Peach, Private Thomas Peach, Private Stanley Charles Peachy, Private Dennis Ivan Peacock, Lance Corporal Ernest Peacock, Sergeant Frederick Lawrence Peacock, Lance Corporal George Peacock, Lance Corporal Horace Walter Peacock, Fusilier John Harold Peacock, Flight Lieutenant John Williamson Peacock,
Warrant Officer Second Class,
Leonard Wilfred Peacock, Private Robert E. Peacock, Private Walter E. Peacock, Sergeant Francis Edward Peakman, Private Bernard Pierce, Gunner Charles Mile Pierce, Private Dennis Archibald Pierce, Private Dennis Stephen Pierce, Lance Corporal Frank Pierce, Corporal George Alfred Pierce, Trooper George Edward Pierce, Lance Corporal Gerald Pierce, Gunner Henry Frederick Pierce, Gunner Jesse Victor Pierce, Private John Pierce, Private John Pierce, Lance Corporal Leonard F. Pierce, Private Norman Douglas Pierce, Lieutenant Richard Juxon Pierce, Private Roland Pierce, Private Thomas Robert Pierce, Gunner William Ernest Pierce, Private William Ernest J. Pierce, Guardsman Eric K. Piercy, Pilot Officer Robert George Piercy, Driver Ronald Piercy, Private Kenneth Peard, Private Wilfred Pears, Private Roland Pearsall, Captain Bernard Pierce, Private Hosea Piercy, Trooper Alan Pearson, Private Albert Pearson, Sergeant Albert Pearson, Private Arthur Pearson, Flying Officer Arthur Owen Pearson, Sergeant Axel P. Pearson, Trooper Desmond Pearson, Lance Corporal Frank Pearson, Private Frank William Pearson, Sapper George A. Pearson, Trooper George Alfred Pearson, Lance Corporal Harry Pearson, Private John Pearson, Private John Pearson, Lieutenant John Cameron Pearson, Lieutenant Colonel John Harold Child Pearson, Private Jonas Pearson, Leading Aircraftman Lawrence Pearson, Private Norman Pearson, Lieutenant Norman Morris Duncan Pearson, Driver Percy Pearson, Private Reginald George Pearson, Private Robert Edward Pearson, Private Victor Pearson, Rifleman William T. Pearson, Aircraftman First Class Frank Peart, Lance Corporal Frederick George Peart, Guardsman John William Peart, Lieutenant Edson Loy Pease, Lieutenant Frank Herbert Pease, Private Gordon Alexander Pease, Sergeant Thomas Pease, Rifleman Walter Peat, Private Alan George Peabody, Private Charles Henry Peck, Rifleman Clarence W. Peck, Major Geoffrey Fairfax Peck, Trooper Harold Horace Peck, Private Norman Peck, Flying Officer Orville Stewart Peck, Signalman Stanley Walter Peckett, Lieutenant Robert Vardy Pedder, Private George Albert Pedder, Private Norman R. Peddy, Private George William Peddell, Private Anchor J. Pedersen, Private George Pedersen, Lieutenant Hubert Frederick Pedler, Trooper Kenneth Oscar Pedler, Private Campbell Edward Charles Pedler, Lieutenant Douglas Stuart Pedlow, Private George M. Pedro, Rifleman Roy Peebles, Gunner George Thomas Peake, Gunner Fred Peel, Flying Officer Nicholas Richard Peel, Private Thomas Edward Peel, Private Archie Pierce, Lance Corporal Ernest Abel Pierce, Sergeant Ernest Henry Pierce, Lance Bombardier Frank Pierce, Private John F. Peets, Private Arthur Pegg, Private Robert Pegg, Private Ronald William Pegg, Private William Frederick Pegg, Gunner Gordon Forsyth Corcoran Peggy, Lieutenant Herbert Ronald Douglas Pegler, Major Charles Harold Pearson, Private Gordon Pelgrave, Sergeant Wilfred John Pelham, Sergeant Richard T. Pelkey, Lance Corporal George Pell, Gunner Lewis Harold Pell, Corporal Albert Edward Pellet, Rifleman Lorenzo Pellerin, Private Gerard Pelletier, Lance Corporal John Pelletier, Rifleman Joseph Pelletier, Private Leo Pelletier, Lance Sergeant P. Roger J. Pelletier, Private Philippe Pelletier, Private Theodore Pelletier, Private Thomas Pelletier, Lance Corporal Pello, Second Lieutenant Philip Russell Pells, Rifleman Anton Pelcher, Private Henri Pelos, Private David Pendle, Corporal Kenneth Pendlebury, Private Ivor Pendry, Private Charles Pengelly, Private Edmund Henry Pengelly, Private George A. Pengelly, Private Ronald George Pengelly, Private Alexander Penman, Lance Corporal Andrew Penman, Corporal Brinley James Penn, Fusilier Geoffrey Phillips Pennells, Lance Corporal Harold Joseph Penny, Corporal Leonard Penny, Private Reginald Leslie Penny, Trooper Eric Bryant Allen Pennington, Private Robert Pennington, Private Thomas Pennington, Gunner James Pennor, Corporal Herbert Richard Penny, Private Paul Nelson Pennycook, Sergeant Alfred Ernest Penrose, Private Hugh Bradford Penrose, Lance Corporal Norman Penson, Driver Walter Victor Penston, Private Douglas George Penstone, Private Cecil Stanley Pentecost, Private Patrick Peoples, Private Remy G. Pepin, Lieutenant Peter Pepler, Marine Francis Reginald Pepper, Sapper Harry Pepper, Private Paul I. Pepper, Private Dennis Pepperell, Gunner Edward Robert Pepperell, Lance Corporal Andrew Renton Percival, Lieutenant Frederick Thomas Percival, Gunner Henry William Thomas Percival, Private Peter William Perederka, Private Andrew Pereski, Flying Officer Luis Perez Gomez, Private Daniel Perkin, Private Cyril Perkins, Lance Corporal Frederick George Perkins, Trooper Gordon P. Perkins, Sergeant Harry Perkins, Private Lawrence Burton Perkins, Gunner Leonard Samuel Perkins, Private Leslie Ronald Perkins, Private Ronald William Perkins, Fusilier Walter Owen Perkins, Trooper Albert John Arthur Perks, Gunner George Edward Perks, Trooper George Pernoski, Private Steve Perpeluk, Corporal Maximine Perpete, Lance Sergeant Douglas Frank Perrin, Private Ernest Nelson Perrett, Able Seaman Ronald Reginald Perrett, Gunner Thomas Arthur Perrett, Lance Corporal William Thomas Perrett, Sub-Lieutenant E. Cyril George Perry, Private George Anderson Perry, Trooper Clarence Perrin, Private John George Perrin, Lieutenant Gerald Arthur Perrior, Trooper Ronald Edwin Perris, Private Gerald J. Perron, Private Joseph Paul Emile Perron, Private Frank Perotti, Corporal Alan Charles Perry, Rifleman Alexander Frederick Perry, Trooper Clayton George Perry, Lance Bombardier Elmer Sproul Perry, Private Ernest William Perry, Lance Corporal Harold Oliver Leonard Perry, Rifleman Harry William Perry, Captain James Laurie Perry, Rifleman John Perry, Trooper John Perry, Private John Alfred George Perry, Lance Corporal Lawrence Reginald Perry, Private Norman Henry Perry, Private Ronald Francis William Perry, Private Stanley George Perry, Sergeant Stanley Wood Perry, Private Thomas Perry, Private Walter Perry, Lance Corporal Alan E. Perryman, Private Clarence Everett Person, Major Enoch Hugh Person, Flying Officer Edmund Arthur Perry Knox Gore, Private Guy Pouzin, Private Harold Petch, Trooper Stanley Petch, Rifleman Albert Joseph Peters, Private Arthur K. Peters, Lance Corporal Elzier A. Peters, Major Francis Lionel Peters, Lieutenant George Frederick Peters, Lance Corporal Harry Stephen Peters, Trooper Peter Peters, Private Peter Joseph W. Peters, Corporal Robert Percival Peters, Private Sidney George Peters, Private Martin Peterson, Rifleman Alfred Martin Peterson, Trooper Alfred S. Peterson, Lance Corporal Wallace Russell Peterson, Private Wilfred Petherbridge, Rifleman Donald Ross Pethick, Private Emile Petitpas, Rifleman John Walter Petrates, Major Gerald Malcolm Mary Lawrence Petrie, Private Alexander Andrew Petrie, Private Alphonse Georges Petrie, Private George Petrie, Sapper Parkin Petrie, Private Donald Andrew Pett, Private William George Petterson, Trooper Charles Francis Howard Pettigrew, Private George Pettigrove, Rifleman Charles Pettit, Trooper George William Pettit, Fusilier Peter Edward J. Pettit, Sergeant Walter Henry Pettit, Squadron Leader Wilmot Reginald Pettit, Private Cyril George Pettit, Private Eric Sidney William Pettit, Trooper Jack Pettit, Trooper Sidney William Pettit, Private Victor Edward Pettit, Private Charles Henry Petty, Private George Frederick Petty, Sergeant William Fenton Petty, Private Edward Andrew Pfau, Lieutenant Ernest George Fair, Lance Sergeant James W. Phelan, Private Henry Charles Phelps, Lieutenant Thomas Andrew Phelps, Private Martin Philbin, Lance Corporal Arthur Henry Philbrick, Private Herbert Philburn, Private Albert Douglas Phillip, Lance Corporal John McAlpine Phillip, Lance Bombardier Talbert Stevenson Phillip, Trooper Albert Phillips, Private Albert Phillips, Gunner Albert Edward Phillips, Trooper Alfred Geoffrey Phillips, Sergeant Arthur Phillips, Lieutenant Charles Edward Phillips, Private Cyril Phillips, Private Cyril Phillips, Sergeant Daniel Francis Phillips, Lance Bombardier Elmer Phillips, Lieutenant Eric George Hastings Phillips, Lieutenant Ernest Phillips, Private Ernest F. J. Phillips, Trooper Evan Phillips, Private Frank William Phillips, Trooper George Phillips, Fusilier George David Phillips, Lance Corporal George William Phillips, Private James Phillips, Private Justin Brian Phillips, Corporal John S. Phillips, Lance Corporal Joseph Phillips, Gunner Leonard Henry Phillips, Private Leslie Phillips, Fusilier Leslie Phillips, Lance Corporal Leslie Henry Phillips, Private Lionel Albert Phillips, Major Richard John McCarthy Phillips, Private Robert Phillips, Lance Corporal Robert Stanley Phillips, Corporal Roy Phillips, Gunner Sidney Phillips, Private Sidney Charles Phillips, Sergeant Thomas Phillips, Sergeant Thomas Arthur Phillips, Private Thomas Henry Phillips, Private Thomas Henry Phillips, Flying Officer Thomas John Phillips, Guardsman Thomas John Phillips, Corporal Walter David Phillips, Private William Phillips, Lance Corporal William Charles Phillips, Private William David Phillips, Private William James Phillips, Trooper Phillips, Staff Sergeant George Edward Philpott, Lieutenant David Martin Philp, Sergeant George D. Philp, Trooper Harold George Philp, Private John Archibald Philp, Private James Philpin, Trooper John Merrin Philpin, Sergeant James Temple Philpott, Private George Frederick Philpott, Private Norman Rice Philpott, Gunner Bert Philps, Gunner Arthur Phipps, Private Edward Walter Phipps, Private Robert James Phipps, Sergeant Phipps, Private Albert Picard, Private Jean-François Roger Pichard, Private Frederick Victor J. Pickard, Trooper Robert Rutherford Pickard, Private Abraham Picken, Gunner Michael Picker, Corporal Arthur Pickering, Major Thomas William Pickering, Private Wallace Cameron Pickering, Corporal Alan Pickersgill, Corporal Leslie Pickersgill, Lance Bombardier Noel William Pickett, Private Ernest Stanley Francis Pickford, Sergeant Gordon Maitland Pickford, Driver Harold Frederick Pickford, Lieutenant Jack Pickford, Private Donald Pickles, Private Fred Pickles, Captain William John Picton, Rifleman Stanley John Piddington, Corporal Raymond Reuben Piddleston, Private William George Piddock, Private John Perihora, Trooper Charles Douglas Pierce, Corporal Frederick Pierce, Private George Albert Pierce, Private Louis Joseph Pierce, Gunner Roy Elgin Pierce, Private Thomas Gwynn Pierce, Rifleman Thomas Joseph Pierce, Rifleman James W. Piercy, Second Lieutenant Alan Francis P.S., Flight Sergeant Joseph David Pigeot, Private William Piggott, Sapper James Edward Bigram, Able Seaman Ernest Pike, Able Seaman Gerald Arthur Pike, Marine Gerald Ernest William Pike, Corporal John Griffiths Pike, Corporal Reginald C. Pike, Private Trevor Pike, Corporal William John Dalton Pike, Sergeant Fred Pilkington, Private George Pilkington, Private Ronald Henry Pilkington, Gunner Thomas Christopher Pilkington, Fusilier Vincent de Paul Pilkington, Trooper Henry Hugh Pill, Corporal Arthur Pilling, Private Jack Pilling, Corporal John Pilling, Lieutenant Charles Hastings Pillman, Gunner Philippe Pilon, Lance Corporal G. Dona Pilot, Private Henry Pimblett, Private Felipe Pimentel, Corporal Peter Worth Pimlett, Private John Arthur Pym, Lance Corporal Leslie William Pym, Driver Kenneth William Pinchbeck, Private Arthur George Pynchon, Bombardier Harold Pinches, Trooper John Pinchuk, Warrant Officer John David Pincus, Private William Johann Pine, Sergeant Francis E. Pino, Private Arthur William George Pink, Corporal Frederick Thomas Pink, Gunner John William Pinkerton, Private Alfred Jack Pinnell, Sergeant William Herbert Pinson, Trooper Arthur John Henry Pipe, Private David John Alwyn Pipe, Private Donald J. Pipe, Private William Piper, Sergeant Sidney Herbert Pipkin, Trooper Henry Pirrie,
Warrant Officer First Class,
Stanley Harry Burridge Perkis, Sapper James Wood Pirrie, Squadron Leader James Anderson Pitcairn Hill, Private David Pitcher, Sergeant Norman Stewart Pitchforth, Private Ernest Graham Pitcock, Private Randolph Pittray, Trooper Charles Alfred Pitt, Private Charles Christopher Pitt, Private Edward Henry John Pitt, Trooper Frederick George Pitt, Corporal Henry William Pitt, Private William Pitt, Sapper Harold Lester Pittman, Private Horace Pitts, Lieutenant Ronald William Trevor Pitts, Private Frederick J. Pixley, Marine James General Pisey, Private Albert Edward Plank, Sergeant Andrew Williamson Plank, Rifleman George Plant, Marine Horace Plant, Private Walter Plant, Private Hervé Plant, Rifleman Philippe Plant, Corporal John Charles Albert Plaster, Corporal William John Plasto, Private Arthur Platt, Captain Arthur William Platt, Private Frank Joseph Platt, Private George John Platt, Driver William Walker Platt, Major Anthony Platts, Lance Bombardier Arthur Platts, Gunner Frederick Thomas Playley, Private Kenneth Mervyn Pledger, Corporal Reginald Pledger, Lance Corporal Stanley James Plested, Private John Plester, Private Ernest Plimmer, Private Jean Plouffe, Lance Corporal Bertram Kitchener Plough, Trooper Cecil Plowman, Private Gerald Alfred Plowman, Sapper Thomas James Plowright, Private Leslie Cowling Plows, Private Wesley G. Plumtree, Private Arthur Plummer, Guardsman John Frederick Plummer, Signalman Bernard Simpson Plumtree, Private Eric Plumtree, Lance Sergeant Oliver James Plunkett, Sapper John Dyson Plurite, Corporal Kenneth Poed, Corporal Henry Andrew Poculuk, Private Stanley Pocock, Private Walter Henry Pocock, Soldier Dmitry Podubui, Private Thomas Paul Podruski, Private Raymond David Poe, Private Jack Poet, Lance Corporal William Poho, Private Henry James Poynton, Trooper Roland Poynton, Private Joseph William Poirier, Private James Edward Poitras, Trooper Herbert J. Poland, Private Walter John Pole, Rifleman Albert Edward Pollard, Private Daniel Pollard, Lance Corporal George G. Pollard, Trooper George Thomas Pollard, Private Morris Pollard, Private Norman Pollard, Lieutenant Tom Pollard, Marine Joseph James Polly, Lance Corporal Albert Henry Pollicott, Private Frederick Pollitt, Lance Corporal Edison Pollock, Private Clifford Simon Andrew Pollen, Private David Alexander Polson, Gunner James W. Pomeroy, Private Joseph Pomfret, Private Horace Patrick Ponder, Private Josef Ponidzielski, Lieutenant George Alfred Ponsford, Marine John William Ponsford, Corporal David Albert Pontin, Private Herbert Ponting, Lance Bombardier Kenneth R. Ponting, Private Sidney John Ponting, Corporal Joseph Oswald Ponce, Captain Alec Hugh Poole, Private Anthony Albert Poole, Corporal Arthur Poole, Private Bert Poole, Sergeant Edward John Poole, Private Eric John Poole, Lance Bombardier George Albert Poole, Private Harold John Poole, Corporal Harry Rowley Poole, Private Johnny B. Poole, Private Leonard Cyril Poole, Private Lloyd George Poole, Private Reginald Poole, Guardsman Reginald Ivor Poole, Lance Corporal Ronald Poole, Private William Robert Poole, Major John Bertram Vaughan Pooley, Private Peter Henry David Pooley, Private Robert Alfred Pooley, Private William Sidney Pooley, Sergeant Bertram Poor, Rifleman Stephen Poppeden, Private Alexandra Pope, Major Andrew Alec Curl Pope, Private Bertram Pope, Lance Corporal Cyril Pope, Private Ernest George Pope, Corporal Ivor John Pope, Private Ronald Edward John Pope, Trooper William Arthur Pope, Sergeant William Roy Pope, Marine Raymond George Popel, Lance Corporal Norman Popplewell, Rifleman Frederick Charles Porcher, Corporal Claude Porley, Flying Officer Porritt, Lance Corporal Cornelius Portal, Private George Portas, Private Earl E. Porteous, Flight Sergeant Alexander Robert Porter, Private Bernard Harry Porter, Lance Corporal Charles John Beresford Porter, Lance Corporal Edward Porter, Lance Corporal Ernest Porter, Gunner Frank Henry Porter, Private Frederick Porter, Private Garnet Clayton Porter, Lance Corporal George Patrick Porter, Private Jack Henry Porter, Lance Corporal John Porter, Fusilier John Patrick Porter, Rifleman Joseph Nicholas Porter, Sergeant Kenneth George Porter, Lance Corporal Leslie Henry Porter, Private Percy Porter, Telegraphist Spencer Charles Porter, Private Gordon Benjamin Portlock, Rifleman Bernard Portman, Lance Sergeant Charles Portman, Lance Corporal George Postgate, Rifleman William Potopchuk, Signalman Donald Potas, Lieutenant Anthony David Potter, Lance Sergeant David Potter, Private Eric Potter, Private Ernest Edward Potter, Private George Edward Charles Potter, Lance Corporal Herbert Dennis Potter, Signalman John Potter, Private John Richard Potter, Corporal Joseph Robert Potter, Private William Ernest Potter, Guardsman Arthur Potts, Private Basil Potts, Private Cecil Lawrence Potts, Private John Henry Potts, Lance Corporal John James Potts, Driver William Potts, Rifleman Joe Poussette, Lance Corporal Real Poulin,
Warrant Officer Second Class,
Gordon Ernest Poulson, Private Dennis Charles Poulston, Private Roy Reginald Poulter, Private Victor A. Poulter, Marine Ronald Pulteney, Fusilier Anthony Poulton, Private John Herbert Poulton, Private John Henry Pouncett, Trooper Edward George Pound, Lieutenant Frederick Stanley Ernest Pound, Private Lowell William Pound, Corporal Oliver James Pound, Trooper Hugh Pounder, Private Gordon Alfred Puntney, Lance Bombardier Richard Henry Puntney, Trooper Raymond William Povey, Corporal Elliot D. Pow, Pilot Officer Albert George Powell, Private Arthur Ernest Powell, Sergeant Barry Powell, Private Benjamin Powell, Private Clifford John Powell, Lance Corporal Donald Powell, Sapper Edgar John Powell, Private Edward Powell, Gunner Edward Noel Powell, Private Frank Ernest Powell, Sergeant Frederick Nye Powell, Private Gordon A. Powell, Lance Bombardier Harry Powell, Corporal Henry Powell, Private James Powell, Captain John Powell, Major John Henry Courthope Powell,
Warrant Officer Second Class,
Mervyn Powell, Squadron Quartermaster Sergeant Richard Charles Evans Powell, Private Richard Frank Powell, Private Ronald George Powell, Sapper Royden Powell, Sergeant Samuel George Powell, Marine Stanley Powell, Private Stanley Powell, Private Stephen Powell, Private Thomas Powell, Lance Sergeant William Patrick Power,
Warrant Officer First Class,
Norman Frederick Powers, Private Wilfred S. Powers,
Warrant Officer First Class,
William Charles Powers, Private Frederick Powis, Trooper Harvey William Powis, Trooper Victor Morris Powlisland, Trooper Sidney Pownell, Gunner Alfred Ernest Powery, Corporal William John Poxon, Lieutenant Harry Edward Poyner, Flight Sergeant Arthur Wallace Poyser, Lance Corporal Nicholas F. Prady, Sapper Harold Pratt, Trooper John Frederick Pratt, Corporal John Lewis Pratt, Rifleman Kenneth Wilfred Pratt, Lieutenant Michael Allen Pratt, Lieutenant Philip Nigel Pratt, Corporal Victor George Pratt, Corporal Felix Albert Prieston, Marine Geoffrey Allen Precious, Fusilier Edwin Victor Richard Priest, Private Jesse James Priest, Lance Sergeant Leonard George Priest, Lance Sergeant Thomas Harold Preedy, Lance Corporal Bernard Prendergast, Gunner Arthur H. Prentice, Guardsman John Patterson Prentice, Fusilier John Victor Prentice, Private Thomas R. Prentice, Private Raymond Allen Presant, Private William P. Presnell, Private Ronald George Presswell, Private Kenneth Sidney Prest, Private Albert Prestage, Private Michael T. P. Prestley, Private Arthur William Preston, Lance Corporal Eric Samuel Preston, Sapper Horace Ronald Preston, Private John Wallace Preston, Trooper Lee Erwin Preston, Private Leonard Edward Preston, Fusilier Ronald Preston, Lance Corporal Thomas Preston, Trooper Thomas Wilby Preston, Corporal Alfred William George Pretlove, Corporal Andrew R. L. Pretzel, Private Harold Edward Prevost, Private Eric Robert George Prue, Bombardier Kenneth John Prue, Rifleman Arthur Price, Lance Corporal Arthur Samuel Price, Sapper Arthur William Price, Lance Corporal David Price, Flight Sergeant David John Atherley Watkin Price, Private Donald Elmer Price, Guardsman Eric William Price, Trooper Francis Jeffrey Elgar Price, Private Frank Thomas Price, Lieutenant Jeffrey Lawrence Price, Lance Sergeant George Price, Private George A. Price, Private Gordon David Price, Trooper Harry Oswald Price, Signalman Henry Price, Corporal Henry Ernest Price, Driver James Douglas Price, Private John Price, Major John Price, Lance Corporal John Price, Private John Robert Price, Gunner John Thomas Price, Ordinary Seaman John Thomas Price, Private Kenneth Price, Lance Corporal Kenneth John Price, Trooper Leslie Price, Private Leslie Price, Private Morgan Rees Price, Pilot Officer Peter March Price, Lance Corporal Reginald Price, Gunner Richard J. Price, Private Richard William Price, Lance Sergeant Robert Price, Private Stanley Philip Price, Lance Corporal Sidney Alfred Price, Lieutenant Wilfred Norman Price, Private William B. D. Price, Major Hubert de Burr Pritchard, Private William Ronald Pritchard, Lance Corporal Morris Reginald Prickett, Private William Chase Prickett, Private David L. Priest, Gunner George King Priest, Lieutenant Victor Reginald Priest, Private Alfred Priestley, Lieutenant John Richard Priestley, Sergeant Raoul Prieur, Private Harry Prigg, Flight Sergeant Hamilton Earl Prime, Private Ronald Percy Prime,
Warrant Officer Second Class,
Aldridge J. Primo, Private Joseph Primo, Private Alec George Primet, Private Herbert Primer, Trooper George Alfred Prince, Lance Corporal Joseph L. Prince, Private Stanley David Prince, Bombardier Stephen Roper Prince, Private William Prince, Captain Charles Edward Pring, Trooper Alexander Swan Pringle, Trooper Earl Duncan Pryor, Private Harold Pryor, Gunner Ronald George Pryor, Private Sidney Prescott, Sergeant Albert Edmund Pritchard, Private Arthur James Pritchard, Second Lieutenant Capel Francis Anthony Pritchard, Lieutenant Cecil Pritchard, Private Daniel Pritchard, Lieutenant Donald Pritchard, Gunner Frank Pritchard, Private Frank Raymond Pritchard, Private George Frederick Pritchard, Private Harold Pritchard, Private Harold Pritchard, Pilot Officer Henry Nigel Pritchard, Corporal John Edwin Pritchard, Lieutenant John Max Pritchard, Private Reginald Frederick James Pritchard, Private Robert Pritchard, Lieutenant Thomas Pritchard, Gunner Walter Pritchard, Guardsman William Arthur Pritchard, Private William D. Pritchard,
Warrant Officer Second Class,
William Francis Pritchard, Private William Henry Pritchard, Fusilier William Morris Pritchard, Private Arthur Pritchett, Able Seaman Sidney Pritchett, Private Ivan William Pritt, Private William Pritt, Guardsman James Probert, Lance Corporal George James Probert, Private Francis Proctor, Colour Sergeant Charles Donald Proctor, Sergeant Charles Frederick Cooper Proctor, Private Darwin Ernest Proctor, Gunner Leslie John Proctor, Private Robert James Proctor, Corporal James Adam Profit, Rifleman Steve Prokopchuk, Private Reginald Ernest Prosser, Rifleman Reginald Henry James Prosser, Gunner George Prothero, Private John Anuran Prothero, Rifleman Walter Protzik, Sapper James William Proud, Lance Corporal Joseph Proud, Sergeant James Proudfoot, Private Henry S. Prue, Rifleman Roland Joseph Prue, Trooper Henri Joseph Provencher, Private Alexander Prowse, Private Frederick James Morgan Prowse, Private William Howard Prowse, Private James Joseph Pruden, Private Harvey A. Pruder, Lance Sergeant Ernest Prudhoe, Corporal George William Prudhoe, Trooper Henry Edward Price, Fusilier Albert Philip Pryke, Private Douglas Pryor, Chaplain 4th Class the Reverend Archibald Selwyn Pryor, Starszy Wachmistrz Przywlocki, Sergeant Ralph Lionel Puckett, Trooper Frank David Puddifoot, Lance Bombardier Frank Puddifoot, Lance Corporal William Anthony Malcolm Puddy, Lance Corporal Albert William Pugh, Sergeant Charles Pugh, Captain Eric Vincent Pugh, Guardsman Philip Charles Pugh, Private Sidney Pugh, Lieutenant Stanley Robert Pugh, Sergeant Thomas Oswald Pugh, Trooper William James Pugh, Private Charles James Christopher Pugsley, Corporal Edwin James Pugsley, Private Brian Pullen, Private George Richard Pullen, Corporal James Pullen, Sergeant Joseph Henry Pullen, Lieutenant Robert James Pulley, Captain Dennis Herbert Pullen, Rifleman James Earl Pulver, Rifleman Augustine Patrick Pumphrey, Private Andrew Punton, Private Douglas F. Purcell, Major George Edward Purcell, Trooper John Leslie Purcell, Flying Officer Lawrence Gerard Purcell, Guardsman Derek Roy Purchase, Lieutenant John Robert Purchase, Lance Sergeant George W. Purdy, Sapper Robert Daniel Purdy, Corporal Archibald Purdon, Fusilier Robert Young Purdon, Lance Corporal Gordon A. Purdy, Sergeant John Purdy, Trooper Robert G. Purdy, Captain David Gilbert Pergavy, Lieutenant William Thornton Perkis, Private Cyril Frank Perkis, Trooper Keith Jeffcote Purnell, Private Henry Frederick Purser, Corporal Charles Pursglove, Private John McIntosh Purslow, Trooper Jack Purton, Corporal Stephen Leslie Purver, Lance Sergeant Donald Everett Purvis, Private James Purvis, Rifleman John Robert Purvis, Corporal Robert Henry Purvis, Guardsman Harold J. Putinsky, Trooper William G. Putney, Gunner Kenneth Puttick, Private Ronald Henry Puttick, Private Walter Samuel Puttick, Guardsman Robert G. Puttock, Private Alfred William Edwin Pyatt, Private Andrew Cruikshank Pibbus, Private Gordon Reginald Pye, Private John Pye, Sergeant Thomas Pye, Bombardier Charles Pyle, Private Thomas Frederick William Pyle, Captain Alan Cresswell Holman Pyman, Private Ernest MacDonald Pymont, Private George Arthur Pine, Gunner Raymond E. Pine, Sergeant Graham Francis Pyotte, Fusilier James William Pyra,
Private Frederick George Quaintance, Flying Officer Peter Reginald Quantz, Trooper Francis W. Quan, Private James Clifford Quantock, Private Alfred William Stephen Courtley, Private Albert Quast, Sapper John Queen, Lance Corporal John Queen, Private Thomas Queenan, Lance Sergeant Lot Quenby, Private Delmer Jean-Marie Quenneville, Private Robert Mark Quenneville, Lance Sergeant William Philip Query, Rifleman Thomas Querns, Private Hugh Arthur Lionel Quest, Private Leo Joseph Quevillan, Lance Sergeant Stanley Labarthe Quibel, Private Desmond John Quick, Private Edward Quigley, Private James Gerard Quigley, Gunner John H. Quigley, Gunner Albert Quinn, Private David William Quine, Corporal Morris James Quinlan, Private Arthur Douglas Quinn, Gunner Connell Quinn, Private Douglas Quinn, Private Francis Quinn, Lance Corporal John Lawrence Quinn, Corporal John Robert Quinn, Guardsman Michael Joseph Quinn, Gunner Patrick Quinn, Lance Corporal Patrick Christopher Quinn, Lieutenant Richard Quinn, Private Robert Quinn, Trooper Ronald Quinn, Lance Corporal Stanley Quinn, Private Thomas Quinn, Private William Ernest Charles Quinn, Trooper Clarence Leonard Quinnell, Sapper Horace Alexander Quinton, Sergeant John Quirry,
Private Frederick Charles Norman Rabbets, Private Anthony Tucker Rabbits, Fusilier Derek Raby, Private Donald Angus Race, Lance Corporal James Andrew Race, Private Thomas Frederick Race. Rifleman Harry Rekowich, Corporal William J. Rathicot, Lieutenant Joseph Dames Raymond Racine, Private Joseph Rackham, Private William Henry Ratcliffe, Sergeant Thomas John Rackstraw, Lieutenant Francis Gordon Radcliffe, Private Francis Herbert Radcliffe, Rifleman Leslie Allen Radcliffe, Driver Thomas Norman Radcliffe, Private Alan Radford, Private Kenneth Edward Radford, Private William Radford, Gunner Alfred David Radley, Private John Walter Radley, Guardsman Albert Ernest Cecil Radnor, Gunner Conrad Melvin Radacy, Lance Sergeant George Moyer Ray, Trooper Graham John George Ray, Corporal James Dugged Ray, Sergeant Robert Wigham Ray, Private Samuel Ray, Private William Ray, Corporal William Chisholm Ray, Private Gerald R. Raffleton, Private Lawrence Rafferty, Private Leo Maguire Rafferty, Trooper Alfred Ernest Raggett, Lance Sergeant Gordon James Rainbow, Trooper Montague Rainbow, Private Joseph Turnbull Rain, Corporal Wilfred Rain, Trooper Frank Brewer Rains, Lieutenant John Edward Rains, Private Arthur Rainey, Trooper Richard Henry Rainford, Fusilier William Rainford, Major Gavin Fraser Rainey, Sergeant Frederick George Ralph, Flying Officer John Ralph, Private John Robert Everett Ralph, Private William Clifford Ralph, Corporal James Ralston, Captain Alexander Ramage, Private Archibald Brown Ramage, Warrant Officer 2nd Class William Cockburn Ramage, Captain David James Ramsey, Sergeant David Morris Craig Ramsey, Piper George Stewart Ramsey, Sapper James Scott Ramsey, Private Walter Robertson Ramsey, Private Arnold Robinson Ramsbottom, Corporal James Ramsbottom, Corporal Ronald F. Ramsdell, Private Alfred Jowett Ramsden, Private Derek Ramsden, Guardsman Harold Ramsden, Private Harry Ramsden, Private Henry W. Ramsden, Private Rennie Ramsden, Lance Corporal Ronald Kenneth Ramsdell, Private Sidney Montague Rance, Bombardier Stanley James Rance, Sapper George Rand, Gunner Arthur Randall, Private Clifford Reginald Randall, Lance Corporal Edward Stephen Charles Randall, Private John Randall, Trooper Joseph Arthur Allen Randall, Sapper Norman Randall, Lieutenant Peter Earl Randall, Lance Sergeant Edwin George Randall, Private Norman Randall, Driver William Randall, Gunner Leslie Randalls, Corporal Victor Henry Ranger, Lieutenant Alexander Rankin, Private Alexander Rankin, Lance Sergeant Alexander Rankin, Captain Robert Lowe James Rankin, Private James Rankine, Private Walton Rankle, Private David Longworth Ranard, Sergeant Terence Ransom, Private George William Ranson, Lance Sergeant Percy Dennis Ranson, Private Robert Henry Ranson, Private Frederick Raper, Private Kenneth Raper, Sapper Lionel Harry Searle Rapley, Private Peter Geoffrey Rapley, Private Telfer Rapson, Lieutenant Stanley Frederick Rashbrook, Trooper Floyd R. Rasmussen, Private Richard Rasmussen, Private Alfred G. Ratcliffe, Private Fred Ratcliffe, Sergeant Frederick James Ratcliffe, Private Leonard Victor Ratcliffe, Private Charles Frederick Rathbone, Driver George William Rathbone, Private Thomas Lockley Rath, Driver Charles Austin Rathmell, Private Frederick Rathmell, Lance Corporal Russell Allen Ratliff, Corporal John Robert Ratnidge, Sergeant James Rattigan, Private Laurie Johannes Rautelim, Private Albert John Rawlings, Private David Albert Rawlings, Private Edward James Charles Rawlings, Private Frederick James Rawlings, Sergeant Frederick Samuel Rawlings, Private George Rawlings, Private Simeon H. Rawlings, Private Alfred Dennis Rawlins, Lieutenant Gerald Anthony Rawlins, Lieutenant Peter Gordon Rawlins, Private Wilfred John Rawlins, Trooper William Ronald Rawlins, Lance Corporal Clifford Rawlinson, Guardsman Robert Henry Rawlinson. Gunner Don Bodden Rawlurk. Sapper Harry Rawnson. Lance Corporal George Albert Rawson. Corporal George Alexia Rawthorne. Private Charles Ray. Corporal Charles William Ray. Lance Corporal Donald Ray. Fusilier Frederick Charles Ray. Corporal Ronald Cecil Ray. Lance Corporal William J. Ray. Private Albert Henry Raybold. Private Arthur William Raymond. Private Clifford George Raymond. Private Alexander Raymond. Lance Corporal Frederick Arthur Raymond. Private Glendon Dwight Raymond. Warrant Officer First Class Joseph Alexander Napoleon Raymond. Lance Corporal William Reynard. Private Alfred Thomas Rayner. Private Edward Mark Rayner. Lieutenant Gerald Douglas Rayner. Private John Victor Rayner. Private Joseph Rayner. Private William John Rayner. Corporal Stuart Rex Raynham. Private Arthur Edwin Rayner. Trooper Norman Rayner. Captain Wyville John MacDonald Rainsford. Private Alan Reed. Major Arnold Wyndham Reed. Private Benjamin Henry Reed. Corporal Charles Morris Akers Reed. Private David Edward Reed. Private Douglas John Reed. Private Harold Reed. Rifleman Harry Reed. Corporal Henry Thomas Reed. Lance Bombardier Henry Wallace Reed. Corporal Herbert Reed. Sapper James Frederick Reed. Lieutenant James John Chitty Reed. Flying Officer John James Reed. Trooper John Thomas Reed. Driver Raymond Reed. Driver Robert A. Reed. Gunner Frank Reed. Lance Corporal Patrick John Reed. Private Charles Alfred Reeder. Guardsman Albert Edward Reedhead. Private Frank Redding. Private George John Redding. Sergeant William Redding. Trooper Peter Regan. Lance Corporal Leslie Charles Reilly. Driver Albert Edward Breeney. Flying Officer Alfred Henry Reardon. Lance Corporal John Reardon Parker. Lance Corporal Gilbert Norman Reason. Rifleman John Robert Reason. Sergeant William Thomas Reevely. Private Peter Ray. Sergeant Carl Henry Rector. Corporal John Edmund Red. Private Albert Redall. Private Arthur Leonard Redall. Trooper Charles Redding. Private Henry Redding. Private George Cornelius Reddington. Driver John Francis Reddy. Private Arthur Redfern. Corporal James Redfern. Private Walter Dudley Redford. Private Albert Edward Redhead. Private Robert Redhead. Sapper Neil White McKellar Redman. Private Walter Alexander Redman. Marine William Redman. Trooper Bernard Redmayne. Private Alexandra Redmond. Fusilier James Edward Redpath. Private James Oliver Redpath. Trooper Harold Bowden Redwood. Sapper Walter John Rees. Private Albert Stanley Reed. Private Clifford William Reed. Corporal David Walter Reed. Corporal Douglas Reed. Rifleman Douglas Philip Reed. Private Edward Reed. Private Ernest Reed. Guardsman Frank Charles Reed. Trooper Frederick Reed. Lance Corporal Gordon Reed. Private Harold Reed. Private Herbert Edwin Reed. Lieutenant Irwin James Reed. Lieutenant Isaac Teasdale Reed. Able Seaman John Kevin Reed. Private John Thomas Reed. Sergeant Joseph John Reed. Lance Sergeant Norman Arthur Reed. Private Samuel Reed. Lance Corporal William Henry Reed. Lance Corporal Arthur Robert Reekie. Corporal George Ernest Reekie. Sapper Laurie Watson Reekie. Major Murray Balfour Reekie. Lance Corporal Colin Rees. Private David Rees. Guardsman Donald Rees. Driver Frank Crompton Rees. Fusilier George Rees. Private Henry Francis Rees. Fusilier Idris Reynold Rees. Private Ivor Thomas Rees. Fusilier James Norman Rees. Private John Rees. Private John Henry Rees. Private Philip Rees. Lieutenant Robert Mervyn Rees. Lance Sergeant Talfrin John Rees. Lance Corporal William Blevin Rees. Guardsman William David Hector Rees. Private Frank Reeve. Lance Corporal George Edward Reeve. Captain George William Reeve. Lance Sergeant George William Reeve, Private John William Reeve, Corporal Reginald Sidney Henry Reeve, Private William H. Reeve, Private Albert Jesse Reeves, Trooper Alvin Reeves, Private Harold Reeves, Gunner James Cyril Reeves, Private Jonathan Robert Reeves, Private Ben Lance Reginball, Private Eric James Regan, Driver James Frederick Regan, Sergeant Charles Alfred Albert Rabin, Private Jean-Marie Rail, Rifleman Jacob Raymond, Corporal William Grant Petrie Rea, Corporal William Carl Raber, Private Joseph Walter George Rake, Private Alexander Cooper Reed, Rifleman Arthur Joseph Reed, Sergeant Donald Reed, Corporal Douglas Mackey Reed, Trooper Everett W. Reed, Corporal George Charles Reed, Lieutenant George Lambie Reed, Private Gordon Reed, Sergeant James Allen Reed, Corporal John Reed, Private John Reed, Lieutenant John Edward Reed, Lieutenant Norman William Reed, Private Robert L. Reed, Private Sidney Beatty Reed, Lance Corporal Stamford J. Reed, Lieutenant Sterling Alexander Reed, Private Wilfred Reed, Private William Robert Eyre Reed, Private Lawrence Reeder, Lance Corporal Arthur Robert Moyes Riley, Rifleman James Joseph Victor Riley, Corporal John Alexander Riley, Fusilier Thomas Riley, Rifleman William George Riley, Private Riley, Rifleman Robert Murray Reith, Private Horace Ralph, Lieutenant William Anderson Ralph, Driver Harold Ernest Remblance, Sapper Henry George Remington, Lieutenant Guy Edmund Renault, Private Ivan N. P. Renault, Pilot Officer Joseph Gerard Maurice Renault, Captain Jean Renault Dandicol, Lance Bombardier Reginald Rendell, Trooper John Rendell, Pilot Officer Victor Arthur Rendell, Sapper Harold Rendell, Private Leslie Francis James Rendell, Guardsman John Alexander McCall Rennett, Sergeant Charles Frederick Rennie, Corporal Archie MacArthur Rennie, Private Arthur Edward Rennie, Corporal Gordon James Rennie, Captain James Campbell Rennie, Private John Leo Rennie, Private John Ross Rennie, Rifleman Russell Rennie, Trooper Gilbert Vernon Renault, Trooper Charles William Renshaw, Corporal Harry Renshaw, Private Jack Renshaw, Private George Renton, Private John Gilly Renton, Rifleman Ori Henry Rennick, Private Frederick Rennick, Private Roy George Renyard, Private Roland Rescall, Private Frederick John T. Revel, Signalman Raymond Percy Revel, Corporal William Revel, Private Henry Revy, Lieutenant Gordon Lawrence Revenell, Lieutenant Dennis Adolph Ray, Private Martin H. Reynard, Marine Bartholomew Charles Vice W. Reynolds, Captain Bert Kenneth Reynolds, Pilot Officer Bruce Reynolds, Sapper Douglas Reynolds, Sergeant Douglas Henry Reynolds, Sergeant Edward Eli Reynolds, Corporal Francis Arthur Reynolds, Rifleman Frederick George Reynolds, Marine Frederick Arthur Reynolds, Captain George Gilbert Reynolds, Private Henry Edward Reynolds, Private Herbert Gordon Reynolds, Sergeant James Lawrence Reynolds, Driver James Walter Reynolds, Private John E. Reynolds, Private Joseph Edward Reynolds, Private Reginald George Reynolds, Sergeant Reginald Henry Reynolds, Leading Seaman Ronald James Reynolds, Private Sidney Earl Reynolds, Flight Lieutenant Thomas George Lionel Reynolds, Corporal William Reynolds, Lance Bombardier William Henry Reynolds, Private William McKinley Reynolds, Lance Sergeant Edward Rattigan, Private Clifford Rhodes, Warrant Officer First Class Edward G. Rhodes, Lance Corporal George Rhodes, Signalman James R. Rhodes, Private John Thomas Rhodes, Lance Corporal Walter Rhodes, Private William Henry Rhodes, Major Arthur Michael Norman Rice, Gunner George Alvin Rice, Lance Corporal George Stanley Rice, Private Wilfred Benjamin Rice, Fusilier William Edward Rice, Rifleman William John Rice, Sergeant Ivor Stanley Rich, Private Armand Herve Richard, Private Dolph Richard, Private Henri Jean Richard, Sapper Jacques Richard, Private Joseph Edgar Lucien Richard, Private Levain Richard, Rifleman Lucien Joseph Arthur Richard, Private Thomas Joseph Richard, Trooper Albert Richards, Private Arthur John Archibald Richards, Lance Corporal Edmund Richardson Richards, Lance Corporal Edward Hayden Richards, Private Frank Richards, Trooper Frederick Harry Richards, Corporal Frederick James Richards, Private George Richards, Sapper George Edward Richards, Private George William Richards, Sergeant Gilbert Johnson Richards, Private Glyn Richards, Major Howell Foster Richards, Private James William Richards, Guardsman John Neville Richards, Private Joseph Llewellyn Richards, Private Maldwin Richards, Warrant Officer Maurice Charles Richards, Private Percy Cummings Richards, Private Robert Daniel Richards, Private Ronald Richards, Private Ronald Bruce Richards, Gunner Stephen Davy Richards, Private Thomas Richards, Private Vincent Lewis Richards, Private William Richards, Private William Arthur Richards, Flying Officer William Harold Richards, Private Albert Richardson, Corporal Andrew Robert Richardson, Trooper Archibald Richardson, Private Arthur Richardson, Private Arthur Richardson, Private Arthur Ernest Richardson, Lance Corporal Arthur James Richardson, Signalman Bernard Keith Richardson, Trooper Braithwaite Richardson, Lance Corporal Cecil Stanley Richardson, Private Charles Richardson, Sapper Frederick Richardson, Private Gordon Richardson, Sergeant Harold Richardson, Trooper Harold Richardson, Lance Bombardier Isaac Richardson, Fusilier James Richardson, Sergeant James Graham Richardson, Trooper John B. Richardson, Gunner John Mowbray Richardson, Private John W. Richardson, Lance Corporal Joseph Richardson, Lieutenant Leonard James Richardson, Rifleman Leslie Richardson, Gunner Leslie Richardson, Gunner Roy Richardson. Rifleman Roy Joseph Richardson. Marine Stanley Richardson. Sergeant Thomas Richardson. Private Thomas Gordon Richardson. Captain Walter Arthur Richardson. Gunner Walter Terry Richardson. Private William Richardson. Lance Corporal William George Alexander Richardson. Private Richardson. Private George William Richens. Private Ernest George Lawrence Richer. Private Alfred Ernest Riches. Lieutenant Aubrey Eugene Riches. Captain Dennis John Riches. Lance Sergeant Robert Charles Riches. Lieutenant William Albert Riches. Corporal William John Richings. Driver Archibald Richmond. Gunner Hugh Allen Richmond. Lance Corporal Noel Richmond. Private William Richmond. Gunner William Richmond. Major William Allen Richmond. Bombardier William George Richmond. Trooper Jacob Richter. Lance Corporal William Havelock Rickaby. Signalman Barton Allison Rickard. Private Herbert John Ricketts. Sapper Robert Ricketts. Bombardier Douglas Alfred Rickson. Sergeant James John Rickwood. Corporal Charles W. Riddell. Private George Riddell. Corporal Gerald Everett Riddell. Major Peter John Riddle. Corporal William H. Riddlesworth. Lance Sergeant Lloyd George Ride. Private Charles Ryder. Fusilier Harry Ryder. Private Archibald William Ridge. Private Leonard Charles Ridgewell. Staff Sergeant Leslie Ridings. Private Ian Robert Manson Ridland. Corporal Evelyn Ivor Riddler. Private Donald I. Ridley. Private Joseph Ridley. Sergeant Robert Ridley. Fusilier Sidney Ridley. Corporal Richard Henry Rideout. Private Robert Stanley Rideout. Corporal Andrew Ridpath. Sergeant William Ridsdale. Private Gordon Keith Riley. Private John L. Rindo. Lieutenant Frederick Ralph Rigby. Pilot Officer William Edward Rigby. Sergeant Alex Rigg. Trooper Frederick Henry Rigg. Guardsman John Rigg. Private Cecil Riggs. Corporal Thomas Murdoch Riggs. Private Arthur Wrighton. Sergeant Edwards Joseph Wrigley. Trooper Kenneth R. Rhys. Private Ernest Albert Riley, Private Frank Riley, Private Fred Riley, Lieutenant Frederick Riley, Private Harold Mainwaring Riley, Private Jack Riley, Private James Riley, Private John E. Riley, Guardsman John W. Riley, Private Lawrence Patrick Riley, Private Leonard Riley, Corporal Robert Riley, Private Samuel Edward Riley, Private Walter Print Riley, Sergeant William Riley, Warrant Officer 2nd Class William Charles Ryman, Lance Corporal Frederick Arthur Rhymes, Private Frederick Arthur Rhymes, Private Ronald Arthur Rhymes, Lance Sergeant Charles William Rimmer, Leading Wireman John James Rimmer, Sapper Joseph Henry Rimmer, Gunner Arthur Ring, Private Frederick George Ring, Sergeant Percy David Ring, Rifleman Robert John Ring, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Bernard Henry Ringham, Private Frank Ringham, Corporal George Frank Ringrow, Lance Corporal Mark Rue, Private Earl T. Ripley, Lieutenant Colonel Edward Robert Guy Ripley, Private Everett A. Ripley, Lance Corporal Herbert Emery Ripley, Corporal James Ripley, Private William Martin Ripley, Driver Francisco Repo, Major Frank Sturley Ripper, Sergeant George Samuel Riseborough, Lance Corporal Charles Rising, Private James Albert Risley, Lance Corporal William Howard Ritchie, Lance Corporal Charles Ritchie, Private Donald M. Ritchie, Gunner George James Ritchie, Trooper James W. Ritchie, Corporal William Ritchie, Corporal William George Ritchie, Corporal William Kilgore Thomas Ritchie, Sergeant Vianney Richaud, Private John Ritson, Private Robert Ritson, Private Benjamin Ritterband, Private Roy Rivet, Captain Charles Percy Rivet, Private Percy Raymond Rivet, Private Albert William Ricks, Private Albert Charles Roach, Private Frederick Walter Roach, Lance Corporal Jesse Roach, Corporal Richard Thomas Roach, Gunner Sidney Alec Roach, Lieutenant Ian Lansdowne Rowntree, Private Albert Edward Roast, Fusilier Alexander Robb, Private Andrew Robb, Private Andrew Robb, Private James Robb, Corporal Robert B. Robb, Private Albert William Frederick Robbins, Private Alfred Robbins, Private Geoffrey Neil Robbins, Gunner William Robbins, Lance Bombardier Robbins, Private Arthur Thomas Robert, Driver Geoffrey Ernest Arthur Robertham, Trooper Abel Austin Roberts, Private Alan Roberts, Sergeant Alan Roberts, Corporal Albert Roberts, Trooper Albert Roberts, Private Albert E. Roberts, Private Alfred Roberts, Flying Officer Alfred Ernest Roberts, Private Alvin C. Roberts, Private Arthur David Roberts, Private Basil Malcolm Roberts, Private Cyril Leonard Roberts, Lance Corporal David Edward Roberts, Signalman David Glynn Roberts, Sapper David Maldwin Roberts, Private Douglas Haig Roberts, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Edgar Roberts, Corporal Edgar Ronald Roberts, Gunner Edward Roberts, Private Edward Roberts, Private Emlyn Roberts, Private Emlyn Roberts, Rifleman Eric Frederick George Roberts, Guardsman Eric Walter John Roberts, Fusilier Frank Howard Roberts, Corporal Fred Roberts, Private Frederick Roberts, Lance Corporal Frederick Thomas Roberts, Private Frederick Thomas Roberts, Lieutenant Geoffrey Douglas Dan Roberts, Sergeant George D. Roberts, Rifleman George Frederick Roberts, Private George Kenneth Stanley Roberts, Private George Sidney Roberts, Fusilier Gerald David Roberts, Major Gerald Philip Roberts, Sergeant Gerald Stanley Roberts, Trooper Glyn Roberts, Rifleman Gordon Joseph Roberts, Gunner Harold Roberts, Private Harold Edward Roberts, Private Henry Edward Roberts, Corporal Henry George Roberts, Lieutenant Herbert Joseph William Roberts, Trooper Hesketh Lloyd Roberts, Corporal Ivor John Roberts, Private James Ben Roberts, Warrant Officer John Roberts, Private John Roberts, Private John Roberts, Corporal John Edmund Roberts, Private John Herbert Roberts, Driver John Irwin Roberts, Private John J. Roberts, Lance Corporal John Joseph Roberts, Flying Officer John Murray Roberts, Lance Corporal John Richard Roberts, Private Kenneth Roberts, Private Kenneth Graham Roberts, Private Leonard Roberts, Private Leslie George Roberts, Private Leslie Harold Glynn Roberts, Private Owen Hugh Roberts, Private Peter Edward Roberts, Trooper Richard Alfred Roberts, Corporal Robert Glynn Roberts, Private Stanley Herbert Roberts, Private Stanley Joseph Roberts, Lieutenant Thomas John Foster Roberts, Lance Sergeant Thomas Robert Edgar Roberts, Lance Corporal Walter Roberts, Corporal William Roberts, Guardsman William Roberts, Gunner William Roberts, Bombardier William David Roberts, Driver William Frederick Roberts, Gunner William Glyndŵr Roberts, Driver William Harold Roberts, Rifleman William Herbert Roberts, Sergeant William Stanley Roberts, Guardsman Albert Robertshaw, Lance Corporal Charles Henry Robertshaw, Private Hugh Wellington Robertshaw, Private John Robertshaw, Private Alexander Robertson, Private Alexander Robertson, Seaman Charles Robertson, Lieutenant Colin Stephen Lewis Robertson, Private Cyril Robertson, Private David Robertson, Lieutenant Colonel Donald Robertson, Sapper Donald Buchanan Euchard Robinson, Lance Bombardier Douglas Robertson, Lance Corporal Dougald Keith Robertson, Gunner George Morrison Archibald Robertson, Lieutenant Gilbert Ireson Robertson, Sergeant Harry Scrimgeour Robertson, Lieutenant Hugh John Trafford David Robertson, Private James Robertson, Private James Robertson, Private James Alexander Robertson, Private John Robertson, Fusilier John Robertson, Private John Adam Robertson, Corporal John Edward Robertson, Sapper John James Robertson, Private John R. Robertson, Warrant Officer 2nd Class John Wallace Robertson, Private Robert Robertson, Lieutenant Robert Kenny Robertson, Trooper Robert Wood Robertson, Rifleman Roy William Robertson, Colour Sergeant Thomas Robertson, Private Thomas A. Robertson, Private William Collins Robertson, Fusilier William Gordon Robertson, Private David Robershaw, Lance Corporal Paul Robershaw, Private Remy C. Robinette, Private Frederick Robbins, Private Harold George Robbins, Lance Corporal Horace John Robbins, Second Lieutenant Joseph Alfred Robbins, Private Samuel John Robbins, Gunner Walter Robbins, Lieutenant Alan Reginald Wynne Robinson, Private Albert Robinson, Gunner Albert Robinson, Private Albert Edward Robinson, Private Arthur Raymond Robinson, Private Cecil Charles Robinson, Corporal Christopher Robinson, Staff Sergeant Christopher Bruce Robinson, Private Clifford Reginald Robinson, Private Colin Robinson, Private David Robinson, Trooper Dennis James Robinson, Sergeant Donald Henry Lawson Robinson, Private Douglas Graham Robinson, Private Edward Robinson, Private Edward Robinson, Pilot Officer Edward Grigg Robinson, Private Ernest Robinson, Private Ernest James Robinson, Private Everett Carl Robinson, Private Francis William Robinson, Driver Frank Robinson, Corporal Frank Robinson, Trooper Frank Lawrence Robinson, Lance Bombardier Frederick Albert Robinson, Flight Lieutenant Geoffrey Clifford Robinson, Sapper George Robinson, Private George Alfred John Robinson, Sergeant George Thomas Robinson, Gunner George Walter Robinson, Private George William Robinson, Private Gilbert Robinson, Private Harold David Robinson, Lieutenant Harold Dennis Robinson, Private Harry Robinson, Corporal Harry Robinson, Sergeant Henry Richard Robinson, Lance Corporal Henry William Robinson, Gunner Isaac Robinson, Private Jack Robinson, Private James Arthur Robinson, Lieutenant James Pentland Robinson, Private James Robert Robinson, Private John Robinson, Corporal John Robinson, Warrant Officer 2nd Class John Robinson, Gunner John Cameron Samuel Robinson, Gunner John Franklin Robinson, Lance Corporal John George Robinson, Lance Corporal John James Robinson,